Hey guys, welcome. We're doing quick November check-ins. I'm going to be using my Doodle deck and my Lightworker Oracle for guidance for each of the signs. There will be timestamps in the description, so you guys can hop, skip, and jump around and watch whatever you like, though I always recommend watching the zodiac signs from the perspective of the house that they rule for you, regardless of how they're read, right? You might get some really interesting overall insight for the month, especially because we got a lot going on. Kristen had shared a video by Molly McCord. She just did a whole like prelude to the November energies, and Mercury will be retrograde most of the month. Uranus will be back in Taurus. Saturn will be going direct. There's a lot going on, and I wanted to check in with each of you. Please forgive the chaos that has ensued on my bed. I have papers and constellations and notebooks and obviously markers because I was doodling everywhere. But with that, let's get into the messages. Starting with Aries. Spirit, please. What is going on with Aries, Arian energy for the month of November? We have the Seed, the Wall, the Key, and the Crack. Okay. Let's get clarities on these. The Alchemy set and the Dawn. I kind of like this, Aries. What else, please, Spirit? Give me at least two more. Clarify the Key and the Crack, please. Okay, we have the Dark Knight on top, the Crossroad on bottom. All right. Let me get these in frame for you guys. All right, so Aries, for the month of November, I feel like you might have been stuck in this dark night for a while, probably dealing with a red thread kind of connection, right? You birthed a mystery going down the path with that one, maybe didn't realize what you had gotten yourself into. With the Seed and the Alchemy set, I feel, especially because it's followed by the Wall and the Dawn, you're breaking the surface. I think time has done you a huge service. People forget, you know, the process of alchemy and turning lead into gold. Time is an ingredient. Things take time. I think you're finally beginning to break the surface. I think the wall of shadow that's been keeping you from the rainbow, I think you're finally about to break through into the light. I feel that the dark night is truly ending. If you had that red thread connection, that Chiron wound connection, I think you're getting away from it now. I think there's some profound healing going on. The surface is starting to crack and the light is starting to come out, right? We have this kind of theme of light breaking through in your reading. I feel that you are at the starting line with this energy, and that you have let go of trying to find the quote-unquote buried treasure, hanging yourself on the cross for wounded people who are not ready for your light, your love, your growth. You're coming into a place in November where you growing means that certain others can't come with you, that they're not ready to come with you. Of course they could if they were ready. They're not ready yet. They still need time. I feel that you are ready to put your broken energy to rest. I think you're breaking through the ceiling. So let's get some guidance for you for November. Spirit for Aries, what card above all others? What card above all others? That one. We've got two. Yeah, karmic clearing and soul child. Karmic clearing and soul child. Cards 5 and 14, so double 5 energy. 55 may be synchronistic for you right now. Yeah, you are fast outgrowing a level of consciousness to which are attached particular wounds, issues, and struggles. As you outgrow that consciousness, these issues will release their grip on you. You are receiving divine notice that karmic clearing is taking place through a combination of your own efforts and spiritual grace from the heart of the divine. It is time for an old wound to be released once and for all. Karma is not punishment. Karma is essentially our soul's lesson plan for this lifetime, carried over from past lifetimes. It is the way we grow and develop as a soul, sometimes through challenges and sometimes through blessings. Our positive karma is seen in the skills and talents we have mastered over many lifetimes. Also, when opportunities flow easily and healing happens swiftly, there is a sense of positive karma, an easy grace that effortlessly takes place in your life. This is what happens when we are clear enough of our own past pain to have little resistance between us and the natural flow of life. More challenging karma is revealed in the lessons we are still learning. These usually appear in the guise of painful circumstances or reactions that repeat themselves in our lives. The stronger the soul, the more challenging the lesson it is willing to master in this lifetime. As with any education, the higher the level of training, the more demanding the work. When you are working through big challenges, it is often a sign that you are on an advanced spiritual path. Must you always have struggle in your life as an advanced soul? Of course not. As you master your lessons, you will find that you develop an ability to live your life more peacefully. However, it would be incorrect to interpret a struggle as a sign that you are not progressing spiritually. Sometimes the more painful a struggle has been, the more difficult it can be to release that pain and associated memories or scars. The spiritual worlds know you are in need of divine intervention to help clear a pattern that was once painfully lodged in your body, mind, and soul. Enough of the struggle. Divine love now offers healing and freedom. We clear karma by learning to trust and relax, by choosing not to punish ourselves with shame, guilt, fear, or unworthiness, by continuing to balance our efforts with a surrender into divine grace. We take responsibility for our own healing, doing all that we can, and trusting that the universe will lovingly and effectively handle everything else so that we can progress and succeed. If you have been struggling with a long-term issue, this oracle comes as a particular sign that the universe wants to step in and assist you. Aries. The universe is stepping in on your behalf, babe. And I think it is so important to remember that karma is not punishment. It's just a process and the lesson learning. It's a part of why we're here. It's not meant to be painful forever. And it doesn't always have to be painful. But when it is, there is something deep for us to learn about, more often than not, how to love ourselves, whether it's by walking away from situations that we have outgrown, or recognizing that in order to keep higher vibrational experiences, we need to evolve to meet them where they're at, in those higher vibrations, and love ourselves enough to love others the way they deserve to be loved. Either way you cut it, I feel like learning the lesson is something that you will definitely be becoming aware of in November. Soul child. Rebirth is upon you. Beautiful child of the universe. You have prepared for new life, and it is starting right now. The divine moment of rebirth, which occurs after a period of struggle, of intense inner work and physical transformation, has arrived. Enjoy getting to know this new self. It is a new day, a new beginning, a new you, like an adventurer enjoying the discovery of a brand new world. Take your time to explore the increase of your light, power, and love. You have undergone the death of the old order. Nothing is as it was, nor will it be so again. You have had to learn detachment, to release and let go over and over again. In so many ways you have experienced inner death as you have bravely surrendered that which no longer serves your growth this lifetime, even if you once loved it dearly or couldn't imagine life without it. Deep inside, through that process, your soul has been gathering energy. It has been drawing it away from the old forms of your life and relationships, from your old beliefs about health, finances, work, and from what used to hold meaning to you. It has done so in order to feed the new soul child being carried within your body. This new you is filled with divine light, love, and power. Your inner soul child, this newly integrated self, is preparing for birth now. From that which is no longer, something new is now being born. You are ready for the next cycle or phase of your life. Even if, like a newborn colt learning to stand steady on shaky legs, you are not sure of your strength, be reassured. The new self you are experiencing will grow strong and powerful soon enough. Let confidence in your new self emerge. Reflect upon how different you are now to a year or even a month ago. Be curious about who you are now. Do not expect the same reactions or experiences you encountered in your past. It is a time of celebration and acknowledgement that a new day, a new you has begun, a journey in the physical world. You shall enjoy the divine harvest of all your growth and effort. This card can also indicate that a child around you, perhaps one about whom you have been thinking deeply, is particularly gifted or spiritually oriented. This child may have an important mission this lifetime and need your loving support and spiritual encouragement to thrive into that mission according to his or her own divine timing. This card may also be a sign that a new business idea, professional or personal relationship or lifestyle choice is going to support the growth of your spirit in a positive and encouraging way. If this is the case, that new idea or connection will lead to the birth of creative new programs, ideas, and structures in your life. On the other hand, if something has been flagging in energy or success, but you are not yet inclined to give it up, this oracle comes as confirmation and encouragement. Rebirth is going to happen. Do not give up. Sometimes it is darkest just before the dawn. Aries, Aries. You are so ready. Even if you don't quite feel it now, by the time November's transits are done working in your favor, I feel like you are going to be so grateful for where you've been and really look forward to the new you that is becoming. So Aries, I hope that helps. Month of November, you are unsticking yourself, and I think you're gonna love it. I think you're gonna love it. All right, until we next meet, Aries, let me know in the comments if you appreciated the message and it was accurate for you. I will see you next time. Bye. Hi, Taurus. Let's see what messages we have for you for the month of November. Spirit, please, what is going on with Taurus? Taurian energy, Taurian placements, the house that Taurus rules for you for the month of November, especially with Uranus retrograding back into your sign. What is going on, please, Spirit, for Taurus? We have the Alchemy set. What else? The Hourglass. The Mask. The Match wants to come with it. Okay. Clarities, please. The Tombstone. The Seed. Give me at least two more, please, Spirit, for the Mask and the Match. All right. We have the Angel on top. Ooh, and the coin on bottom. All right, Taurus. If you've got a yes or no question, let's flip the coin. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Okay, especially if it was this reading meant for you. Yeah, it is. Okay. So, Taurus. With the Angel and the coin, I feel like going into November, you're really trusting in God on this one. You have an angel in your life, and or you are embodying that energy. And it is meant to be the way that it is. Okay? There's something going on. Someone is navigating their wounds. I'm being told it's you. You are navigating your wounds. You're trying to find the gold in something. And I feel that eclipsing your light out might be something you have a habit of doing. Okay, eclipsing out your own light. Being afraid to really let who you are shine. Almost like you don't know how to be yourself. You are meant to be in that angelic high vibration, an agent of the divine. And I feel with the coin, even though, yes, you are meant to be in this beautiful God send, God receiving kind of role, you might be teetering, right? You might be teetering on whether or not to really reveal your best, okay? With the alchemy set and the tombstone, you may have changed a lot, especially if you have lost someone, whether it's literally having had lost them to death and all you have left is, the memories, or you are saying goodbye to someone and experiencing that kind of death of someone in a more spiritual or energetic sense, and it's because you let go of your old self, right? I feel like who you were, where you used to dim your light, where you used to have these wounds that you didn't know how to find the value in them, okay? You didn't know how to find the value in the wounds. I feel like you are going to start to find that value come November. And the beauty of your shine. And why you really shouldn't hide it. Why you really shouldn't use emotions from a dark place within yourself to block out the sun, right? I think that you've changed a lot. And I think if you do look back on the people of your past, especially when you can hold loving memories of them, your best self came out. Your light came out around the people that you felt you could be your best version, your most authentic version of yourself around. Maybe you do like to cuss a lot. Maybe you are not entirely well-mannered all of the time. Maybe you like to throw your clothes on the floor. It's like, who are you when you allow yourself to just be yourself and know that it is exactly good enough? It's more than enough. It's refreshing. For the right people, who you are, when you are lit up, it is refreshing. And for those of you who are in that authentic vibration, you know that being around authentic people is in fact refreshing. People who don't hide themselves, right? People who just are who they are and they're going through their own shit. They're not perfect. And it's like, thank God you're human. Because when people put on these facades and people pretend like they're something that they're not, it always ends up bringing unfortunate surprises later. It really does. At least you can work with truth. It is extremely difficult and excruciatingly exhausting to work with facades and masks and people who bury themselves, right? I feel like in time, and I don't feel like it will be long, right? Because the hourglass, the sand is almost spent. I feel like you will truly grow and start to break the surface. But right now, in November, you are putting the mask on. You're starting a path and putting on a mask, and you're not quite being yourself. You might not really know who you are, especially if it's a new self. And it is the start to the path of light, right? The sun is out. It's not like it's eclipsed like it is here, right? On the top of your deck. I feel like you are starting the path to light, but the path to light starts with acknowledging the mask and being afraid of not being perfect and holding parts of yourself back for fear that it's going to chase people off or they're going to judge you. And, you know, my answer to all that is, well, fuck them then. Then they're not ready for your light. Doesn't mean stop shining. And I feel like for November, with the match and the distance, you might actually be burning the journey forward, putting on that mask. If you have a certain angel in your reality, truly, who is healed, if you're putting on the mask and getting nervous because they're authentic, and or they're being authentic and you are judging them and wish they would have just put a mask on, the light being lit in the darkness is really to show you what a long way to go you have. And that's okay. It's a part of your process here. But you do need to be aware of what it is that you're doing and who the people are in your life that you may have cast judgment on or were perturbed by, like, oh, they're way too authentic. That's too much, right? They're too much. I don't know how to deal with authenticity. I don't know if they're for me. But that means you're also doing the same thing because that's your belief system. If you think someone else should turn it down or they're too much in their light, their authenticity, their path, and who they are, and they're being unfiltered, then you believe that you should be filtered. Because being unfiltered, you don't like it. The mirror, you were told that who you are, truly, is not appealing. And so you've learned to wear a mask and be someone that you're not. But that's not why we're here. Not being authentic. That's not why we're here. Right. What is the guidance for Taurus? What is the guidance for Taurus, please, in November? What is the guidance for Taurus, please, in November? Reassurance of the golden light. Card number 36. Reassurance of the golden light. The golden light comes to you as a gift of grace and reassurance. It is an embrace from the universe, an expression of divine comfort and a sign of hope. When the golden light appears, it is a sign that everything in your life, even the most troubling matters, is going to work out perfectly. They are held in the graceful hand of the divine, and will be resolved more swiftly and beautifully than you might expect. The golden light is a very real phenomenon, although you may not perceive it when you are particularly relaxed and your clairvoyance is already developed. However, whether you see it physically or not, it is real and powerful. If you could see it clairvoyantly, it would look similar to the golden rays of a setting sun. The same warm, loving glow is cast over your heart and your mind when the golden light is shining upon you. If you are in a room when it comes upon you, you will wonder if a light has been switched, as the glow is as noticeable as if a lamp had been placed in your room. In truth, grace and divine assistance are always there for the asking, but there are times when we are in need of extra support. During such times, ironically enough, we can forget to ask for help. Perhaps you are struggling with a particularly difficult time in an initiation, or a challenging choice lies before you. Or maybe you have taken a leap and just need to know that you are doing the right thing, and somehow, even though you don't feel in control of what is happening, it is going to work out. When the golden light is given to you, it is freely done so as a gift from the heart of the universe. It is letting you know that you are a child of the universe and you are dearly loved. It is reminding you that, on the path, the struggle to continue with trust, patience, faith, and courage can seem almost overwhelming. However, the universe is with you, supporting, loving, and believing in you every step of the way. You are not alone. You are never forgotten. You are always loved and encouraged to take your journey. You are reminded that the universe is smiling upon you. There are times when you will call upon the golden light because you know that you are in need of that loving consciousness. And it is appropriate that you do this. There are times when you will feel, sense, see, or know that the golden light is being given to you as a spiritual gift from the universe. Such is the case now. As you have been drawn to this oracle, you're being asked just to feel peace, trust, know that everything is working out perfectly and you don't have to worry, even though you don't know why you should possibly feel that way. The golden light is wisdom and love. It knows, and sometimes that's all you need to know in order to be at peace. The golden light. Really, if that's a synchronicity for you, and bright lights come out of nowhere, or the sun shines through a window in a certain way, and it's synchronistic because you just so happen to notice it and how beautiful it is, right? Maybe you catch the dust particles floating through it. Golden light being a synchronicity, the divine is shining a light on you. And it is asking you to lay the old self to rest and emanate the vibration of the golden light. To be in your light. To not be afraid. To not feel like you can't be who you are. The light shining through the windows, everybody hates the dust until it's shining in the light. And then the dust is beautiful. The things that we think aren't perfect, the things that we were taught about ourselves that aren't perfect, sometimes they are the most beautiful parts of us and are appreciated by those with eyes to see it. And I think that's really important to remember. Because as you go into November, you can put that mask on. You can judge other people for not wearing one. But at the end of the day, you're never going to quite feel like yourself with that mask. And you'll always have questions or doubts or insecurities pop up being around people who wear them. There is no guesswork with authentic people. And I think that might be the most attractive quality about them. That there's no guesswork. You know exactly where you stand all the time. And when they stick around anyway, even when it's dust and it's not so attractive light, they teach you that being yourself isn't just a beautiful process, but it's an acceptable and necessary one. So I hope that helps, Taurus. All right. I hope you enjoyed the message and the insights you got. If it makes sense for you and it resonates with you, definitely drop a like or let me know in the comments. All right, and I will see you again next time. Bye. Hi, Gemini. Let's see where you are in the month of November. Spirit, please, what is going on with Gemini? Gemini and energy. Gemini placements. The house that Gemini rules for you. Especially because you have Uranus leaving your sign. We have the red thread, the sun, the seed. What else? For Gemini in the month of November. The alchemy set. All right, clarities, please. You are stuck here is on the needle and thread. Tombstone is on the sun. The circus is in reverse on the seed. We have the scissors and we have the mushroom. All right. We have the polygraph on top. And the rainbow on the bottom. All right, Gemini. For November, with the polygraph and the rainbow. The polygraph, it might have started out on a lie, but your truth is coming through now, okay? The four-leaf clover under that with the rainbow. I feel wherever you could have potentially been lying to yourself before, you are not lying to yourself now. I think you have actually become really clear in what it is that you wish for, that you desire, and that it does feel really good to be inside that clarity. Okay. With the needle and thread and the crossroads, those red thread connections are ones that we can't break, or that we feel like we can't let go of them no matter what we do. For better or for worse, we're connected to these people and energy. And right now, I feel like where you're stuck is with someone. I'm being shown like someone trying to stitch you. And I do feel that they're being met with some resistance from you. I feel like you are meant to choose a path. Red pill, blue pill. But where you're at, it feels repetitive and void of depth with yourself. Being the sign of the twins, whoever it is that you are dealing with, or whoever you are as the cross watcher, this applies to you as well. The healing might look different, but someone is trying to help stitch you, and you are having a hard time embracing the shift. The sun with the tombstone. Your light truly shines when you can let your old self go. When you can hold beautiful memories with gratitude and appreciate the beauty of painful people in your life, because without that kind of person, you would not necessarily know what it is that you deserve. You wouldn't know what it's like to be in your best light. And for those who are maybe letting their old shadow self go with love and gratitude because they needed that version of themselves to heal, I think you may be finally coming into the realization that you are not your shadows. You are not defined by your quote-unquote demons. They don't have control over you. And you can genuinely ascend into a better life, right? Versus being stuck in the healing process. You can actually ascend and rise like the sun into a new experience. With the seed and the circus in the reverse, I love this combination because that means you've outgrown the chaos. You're not a fan of chaos, and it's not something you want to continue living in your life. You would much prefer peace and simple and nourishing You've outgrown the spiritual clowns, the monkey mind, the doing acrobatics and jumping through hoops for people. You've outgrown it. With the alchemy set and the scissors and the mushrooms. The alchemy set takes time, right? Turning lead into gold takes time. Time is a key ingredient with the alchemy set. You're cutting off the mushroom. Now, the mushroom is a mixed archetypal card because some mushrooms are poison, right? Some mushrooms are beautiful medicine. Some mushrooms take you down crazy trips and rabbit holes. Some make you big and some make you small, right? All of the symbolism that we get with mushrooms. But they're deeply connected below the surface, no matter what it is. Which is why maybe you've had such a hard time letting go of this one connection, or at least the way you were perceiving it prior to November. I think you're becoming really clear on who or what in yourself or outside of yourself that you need to let go of, to kind of wake up from the trip that you've been on and really see someone for the medicine that you needed, and that you don't need that brand of medicine anymore. You know, even poisonous mushrooms, if they don't kill us, we know from that moment forward to never touch that mushroom again. It made us sick. You know what I mean? I think you've become really clear on what it is that you want come the end of the month. Okay? By the time Uranus goes direct again in April of next year and starts to make its way back towards your sign, there are certain things that you will be revisiting from this initial Uranus and Gemini cycle to finally heal and move through. So if these things take some time for you, trust that that's okay. At some point you will get out of the woods, right? You will get out of the woods with this. And in the meantime, continue to define what it is you really want, and know you are worth that you are worthy of what it is that you want, and that you are capable of reciprocating the energy that it asks of you to maintain it, right? That the wish granting, so to speak, is mutual, and that the pot of gold was always meant to be shared, right? There's two butterflies of transformation on this card. We can build a rainbow bridge where bridges have been burned. Sometimes it takes some time. Sometimes it's not always this lifetime, and that's okay too. But most importantly, I think it's rebuilding that bridge with ourself. And sometimes we've burned the old self, the beautiful self, to the ground and left it behind, thinking that the shadow was where we were in our most powerful, only to realize it's the light. It's the light that's always been our most beautiful, most powerful self, and we don't know how to get back to it. And sometimes a rainbow bridge is exactly what we need. Miracles exist. And the treasure or the pot of gold was always there waiting for you. You know what I mean? What is the guidance for Gemini, please? What is the guidance for Gemini? for the month of November. What card above all others? Family of light. There's that rainbow energy. Rainbow aura. Gemini, you might really want to be with your light family. Maybe you've been with your shadow family a while. Maybe you really just want to be with your light family and lay the shadow to rest. Card number 17. Family of light. The limits that much of humanity place upon their love. That they will love their own family, country, religion, or community better than they love those on the outside. Do not restrain your heart. You are capable of loving humanity, all of creation on earth, as an extended spiritual family. You will love all as your own. You are meant to belong to a broader family of light. While some souls have incarnated to learn about us and them, others have the purpose of teaching unconditional, all-embracing love. You are one of these. You have taken life to love the many, not just the few. For this purpose to be anchored, issues in your biological family may keep you from bonding with them in a typical way. Perhaps you were the odd one out in your family, the one whom no one really understood. Perhaps you felt loved, but couldn't live the way your family seemed comfortable to live. Maybe you lost family members through divorce, disease, depression, death, or through addiction or emotional immaturity that left you disconnected from key family members. If your father figure was absent, whilst you must do the emotional healing work to process that pain, understand the purpose of that absence for your own spiritual connection to remain intact, pure, and powerful. If your mother figure was absent, whilst you were advised to do the emotional work to process that pain, understand the purpose of that absence for you to look beyond your immediate family to find your place and find yourself belonging to and being devoted to the entire human race. This pain was part of how you remained unconditioned by the more typical family bonds. While these bonds are necessary for many souls to experience their life lessons, the difficulty you may have experienced regarding them helped push you to become a child of love. You had to seek family in expansive ways, remaining open as you searched for love rather than feeling satisfied by your immediate tribe and closed to those outside of it. You can come through your experience not as a victim of circumstance, but as an empowered soul. Process it, heal, forgive, and step into the spiritual blessings gained through your atypical relations with your biological family. Although you are not meant to belong in a traditional way to your family of origin, you shall not be denied the love you need. You are here to help build a human family joined by more than blood or legal union. It will not just be you loving the world, but the world loving you. The power of your heart to give and receive love shall not be wasted. So it is time to gently undo the patterns of attempting to fit in. Instead, trust that you are exactly as you were meant to be. When you do, your magnetism will draw love and friendship from those who vibrate at a similar level of consciousness to you. Leave past hurts and rejection behind. You no longer need them to grow. Be brave. Pray to connect to your family of light, not only in spirit, but also here on earth. Let them in. Know that you belong here in spirit and in body to be loved, held, touched, listened to, and accepted as you are. I choose of my own free will to receive all assistance from unconditional love so I can peacefully process any unresolved hurt, rejection, abandonment, judgment, or betrayal. I have learned how to love more unconditionally through my experiences. I have learned that love allows all beings to freely choose how they wish to live. I wish to live with openness, love, and connection in spirit and in flesh with those who can accept my love and love me too. Through divine grace, I ask for assistance in attracting my soul tribe, my family of light, heavenly and human, that I may experience belonging and conscious community, sharing my light and love with others. Through unconditional love, may all beings feel the blessings of true family, of deep, abiding divine love. So be it. Gem. It's okay. It's okay. You know, I have Gemini in my 12th house. I have Chiron and Lilith conjunct in there. And I just put out a post, literally, in the post tab here on the channel and on the Facebook page. And the person I wrote it about, my twin flame, has Jupiter in Gemini. He's a Gemini rising. And his Jupiter was conjunct on my Chiron Lilith placement, the synastry. But what I wrote in that post, in a nutshell, that's exactly what this is about. The love doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't matter what transpires in life. Real love, real unconditional love, it doesn't go anywhere. And even though my experience with my twin flame was a roller coaster and painful more often than not, there is such immense gratitude. I feel for you, especially if you do come from a broken background. Maybe your parents did get divorced. Maybe they should have gotten divorced. Maybe you didn't know one of your parents. Maybe you grew up with your grandparents, right? Maybe your grandparents raised you, or someone else did, or whatever your circumstance. That your biological family failed you in some way. That you came here on a mission to heal into an understanding of unconditional love and what it's like not just to give that kind of love, but to receive it. And not just to understand that you deserve that kind of love to receive, but that you are always worthy of that love and won't settle for anything else but that. That's the mission that you're on right now, come November. This is the awareness that you're coming into. You don't want the chaos anymore that comes from the broken background. Yeah, maybe it took you some time to come to that realization that you're really over the chaos, that you don't want it anymore. Unconditional love or bust, right? Maybe it took you a while to get there. But the reality is, you're getting there. And you've made it this far in the process. That's worth noting. A lot of people give up. A lot of people bury their light and it never resurfaces. But you're actually coming into a place where you're being really honest with yourself about who it is that you can be in your light when you lay your old self, the shadow self, to rest. And that you deserve to be in that light with others who are also in that light. And that's a good thing. So, Gem, if this message has helped you, if it resonated, if it makes sense, drop a like or leave me a comment and let me know. And I will see you guys next time. Bye. Hi, Cancer. How you doing? Let's see what is going on with your energy for the month of November. What is going on? Spirit, please, for Cancer. Cancer energy. Cancer placements. The house that Cancer rules for you. Cancer. Okay. Alright, I'm keeping all of them. Okay. Jeez. This is about to turn into the Cancer show. Okay. I mean, Jupiter is in your sign. It magnifies everything, so it makes somewhat sense to me why you would get all of these cards. Ooh, that's interesting. Maybe I have two different groups of Cancers. Okay, Spirit. Okay. Cancer. We have the closed door on top. and the blindfold on bottom. Okay. So Cancer, you might feel like you are up against the firing squad, right? You might have closed a door. You might have closed a door. The getaway is under that. You might have walked away from a very specific, long-term, Saturn-rooted, moon-rooted cycle. And you have no idea. You have no idea what's going on, okay? You feel like closing that door, closing that cycle. That was a long cycle. Saturn and Moon synastry, that's a long cycle. A very long emotional cycle. And now you don't know what's coming. You don't know what's coming. For the first half of these cards, Spirit had me separate them. There's two different halves here. Both might resonate in their own way. Okay? For the first half, we have the light hammer and the mirror. I feel that who you are in your light has completely shattered. A shadow mirror. Completely shattered it. And you don't know what you're birthing into the reality. The birth with the alchemy set, it's going to take a little time. The main ingredient in alchemy is time. When we're turning lead into gold, key ingredient is time. There is more time in the process than any other ingredient. And so I feel like you don't actually know what the hell you're birthing. But you are breaking ground. You are not stuck anymore. Where you were in between, right? Do I take this path? Do I take that path? Do I take the red pill or the blue pill? I feel like you're finally breaking ground. Where you might have been in the dark for a while, especially with that shadow mirror, right? Choosing things from a place of shadow, unhealed energy. You are not choosing things from a place of shadow anymore. In fact, the dream is dawning. The dream. Cancer. This is huge. This is such a big deal. Especially because Cancerian energy leads with their emotions. And if you were dealing with someone and their synastry puts Saturn on your moon, it's literally like putting a blindfold on you, because Saturn restricts. You lead. It's cardinal water. You lead with your emotions. You lead with your intuition. And when someone puts Saturn on your moon, you can see clearly. And I feel you walking away from that, you are now seeing clearly. You just don't know what the hell is in store. You don't know what the hell is in store. The other half of this read. Let me see if I can get all of it in the frame for you. I do my best, guys. Nothing and everything is perfect, right? The pedestal with the chrysalis. If you were not truly, and I do mean truly, on the pedestal before, the chrysalis, that butterfly is almost ready to come out. Okay? I feel that either someone is almost ready to fly, almost ready to put that pedestal, to put you on it, and or they are finally ready to embrace being on a pedestal, if not both. Chiron and the mask, right? The key with the mask, clarified by the wall. Oh, I'm hearing that Bruno Mars song, Locked Out of Heaven. The Chiron wounds kept this mask on you for so long. It did feel like you were getting locked out, right? Those shadows that put your walls up from letting love truly in. Those walls are coming down. I think you are aware of the fact that your wounds, where you sacrifice yourself, martyr yourself for the healing of other people, that mask is finally coming off. Because you know, so long as you martyr yourself, so long as you pour out 110% and you're not receiving that back, you're going to drain to nothing. It's not sustainable. At some point, for how much you give, if you are not being given to the same way, you will have nothing left. You can't give of yourself profusely and not receive the same in return. The wound with the 4-leaf clover. You might have taken on what is a lucky wound. You might have felt, quote unquote, stabbed in the shoulder, stabbed in the back. But it was so lucky. It was so lucky because now the light got turned on, right? Someone lit the match inside your shadow, and where you were lying to yourself, you're not lying to yourself anymore, right? That polygraph, what started out as a lie, a big lie, turned into truth. It turned into truth. You might have felt so hurt by somebody, but if they didn't do what they did, that match would have never been lit. You would not have seen into that darkest corner of yourself that you were pretending wasn't there. You needed this person to do what they did. Because the masks, the wounds, were keeping you from your rainbow. The rainbow that you needed to close this Saturn cycle, right? The rainbow. You're walking across that rainbow now. You're not locked out. A door appeared where there once was none. And you're on the other side of it now. You've gotten away from it, right? And you might have gone real deep. That fish card under that, you were so close. You had to go so deep to get to where you are. And because you did, I feel like this cycles right back around to this energy. Someone showed you the way. Someone may have hurt you and closed a door on you, but you needed them to close that door so bad because you needed to get here in order to get right back here to where this energy is. The dawn of the dream, breaking ground, birthing something in time that is going to be your gold, right? Shattering that old shadow mirror and the way that you were doing things, the way that you were choosing things. Guidance card, Key of Light. Key of Light. Card number 26. Archangel Michael loves you unconditionally and serves your soul journey. He brings you a spiritual gift now, the Key of Light. This key allows you to open any door, clear away any obstruction, and free yourself from any prison or enslavement, physical, emotional, or psychological. There is no need for you to feel trapped or locked out of a situation you want to get into. You now hold within your hands a divine key that will assist you in many ways. Archangel Michael has a message for you. You have the power of the divine in you. You have the ability to free yourself, no matter whether it seems that another person, a set of circumstances, or the entire world holds more power than you. Your power of freedom is unconditional. It doesn't require that outer circumstances change in order for you to be free. Though as you choose freedom, outer circumstances often change radically. For now, to be free, use the Key of Light. This means staying true to what you know for yourself. Gently and lovingly assert your truth now. Do not cave into the naysayers and fear generators. Most especially, do not collapse under your own old fears or doubts. Gently and persistently cleaving to the light within will bring you through any apparent obstacle, free you from any apparent prison, and assure your divine destiny is fulfilled. All doors shall be open to you. You are being given a gift of unconditional grace. Step back and radiate love from your center. That is your way. You do not have to betray your spirituality to fight. You can fight with love and trust, and that can be your way as a spiritual warrior. In each moment you choose love and trust, you are fighting the good fight. You are learning that love is expressed in no as much as in yes. For when you fight against those who want to deny the truth, you are standing clear and strong in loving truth. Michael helps you realize the strength that you already have within you to do this. This oracle is a message for you to trust in your own ability to triumph right now. You are the key to success. You must believe in yourself. You don't have to force a door to open. In perfect time, according to divine grace, all doors will open for you. Your dreams and actions will prove themselves in time. No person, place, or thing has any power to hold you back. The Key of Light is spiritual permission from the universe to succeed in your life mission. You shall not be kept back from your divine destiny. You shall be empowered to succeed. Refuse to give up on your dreams. This may mean freeing yourself from situations or relationships that have enslaved or controlled you. When you are ready, this can be done with great gentleness, compassion, and strength. Free yourself with love, not fear. You may need to lock doors to the past behind you. With divine empowerment, you can completely and utterly allow the past to be over. You will find that new doors can then be unlocked for you. Cancer, this key whoever this second half is, this key came from this person. There was something about this person's energy, maybe a Chiron connection that they had to you. They gave you the key. The key to open all doors. They showed you what to do when you're stuck. They showed you that it's okay to close a door and walk forward blind. They showed you what it feels like, what it looks like to put yourself on a pedestal. That unfair is unfair. Whether it is someone else being unfair to you, or the tie it's usually connected to, you being unfair to yourself. I genuinely love a very specific Cancer deeply. And we went through exactly this. Exactly this. Whatever is transpiring, no matter which side of this read you're on, because to be fair, they're not far apart. One person went through a specific part of the journey, shattered shadow mirrors, birthed in something new. It took them a long time to get there. They broke ground. The dream is dawning. And they gave the key that they used to unlock the door, right? When they left, they said, hey, I had to dive really deep for this key. I had to fight my darkness for this key. And as I open this door, before I shut it, I'm going to hand you the key for when you're ready to open the door yourself. And that's exactly what they did. And this key has been burning in your pocket. You didn't know what would happen if you walked through that door. They didn't know either. And they probably did feel like they were up against the firing squad. Like, what is the divine going to do to me now? What's going to happen now? What happened is the birthing of miracles. And now you've got this key burning in your pocket and you're staring at the wall. And you're like, the key doesn't fit in the wall. And they're like, yes, it does. Yes, it does. And if they didn't close that door and hurt like they did, hurt you like they did, you wouldn't be so clear as you are now. You wouldn't be so connected to your truth like you are now. It was the luckiest wound. The luckiest wound. Because you got the key, Cancer. Okay? I hope this message has helped you for November. If it resonated with you, let me know by liking and commenting on the video. Let me know. Okay? I love you guys. And I will see you next time. Bye. Hi, Leo. How you doing? Let's get into your energy for November. Spirit, please. What is going on with Leo Leo energy, Leo placements, and the house that Leo rules for you. What is going on in November? We've got the baggage, the crossroad, the tombstone, the sun. Clarities, please. What is going on with Leo and their energy? For November. All right, give me a few more, please. Okay. Bottom of the deck, we have the rings, ooh, and the top, we have the bottle. Okay. Leo. With the rings and the bottle. The rings is all about Saturn and the things we've committed ourselves to or married, literally or figuratively. And you have this message floating through your intuition. And either the bird's going to catch it and take it out and elevate it beyond your subconscious, or the shadows in the deep, the monsters you've got buried deep within yourself are going to get it. They're on a race, right? Within the self. You have an intuitive truth that you've carried in regards to whatever this commitment is, whatever you've locked in on. The rings, especially because it's Saturn, deals with contracts. Can it be a marriage? Yes. It can also be something that you've committed to, like a career or a business, right? Things that you would sign for. You don't know within yourself whether you're going to double down in the shadow or evolve out of it yet. We've got the baggage with the lockpick. And with the lockpick, someone knows that you have certain weights that you carry around inside that shadow. And they're picking at your heart, picking at your brain, okay? They're trying to get in, to tune in to that baggage, to use it, right? You have locked somebody out of your heart or your mind, and they are picking at the lock because you've locked them in the same room, compartmentalized it, them, with your baggage. I don't think you realized who you locked in there. Because you were stuck. You were stuck and needed to grow. Needed to break the surface out of that shadow. And you buried them inside your psyche, buried them inside your memory, buried them inside your subconscious. Like everything else you've buried. Thinking, like everything else, it would just stay buried. But they possessed a lockpick. And you couldn't stay stuck there. You needed to break ground, right? Where you dishonored somebody. They lit a match inside your dark place. They lit a match. You might have seriously burned them. Dishonoring them, you might have burned them. You might have lit the match and burned them. Threw them in the pile of quote-unquote junk. And I don't think you realize what you did. Because whatever it was you thought you buried, whatever you thought you'd laid to rest with the tombstone, they were the dream. They were the key to the dream. Your wounds, Leo, kept you from seeing this person's value. Kept you from seeing just how much they were the answer. Whatever it was you truly dreamed of in this life. And I'm talking to Leo. I know I'm talking to Leo. I'm not talking to the cross-watcher. Cross-watcher, you're probably the key. You were probably the one that got burned. Locked away inside their memory like they never wanted to think about it again. Leo, this person is so deeply connected to you in soul. That even after you buried them, thought it was the end of them, that you burned them like you did, they would never survive it. They've done picked their way out. With the Sun card. Clarified by the Black Swan and the blindfold. Not only do I think Spirit is reiterating just how much this person is the light, right? The Black Swan. The Black Swan energy. If you think, right, imagine for a second, a lake, a beautiful lake filled with ducks, and there's a swan on the lake. You're going to be looking at the swan, no matter how beautiful the ducks are. You're going to be looking at the swan. The swan will take your attention. But if the lake was filled with swans, beautiful white swans, and there was a black swan on that lake, all of the other swans wouldn't matter. You would be mesmerized by the black swan. You might have sent this person to the firing squad because you were fucking blind. And the reality is, this person shines so bright. Their energy is so desirable, so admirable. I don't think you realize you put yourself right in front of the firing squad when you burned them. You didn't know what the hell you did. The choice you made to burn this person, to lock them away as a part of your past with all the other things that you don't want to look at or remember, when you threw this person into the shadows of your past, you put yourself in front of the divine firing squad. You had no idea. And now you're being pinged intuitively. It's right there on the surface. You know exactly who and what I'm talking about. And you're either going to embrace healing things with this person and get yourself out of the line of fire, or you're going to double down, right? Or you're going to double down. You're going to go back into that shadow place and really have to face yourself there. And it might be a long time before you come out of it. Because to be fair, for November, Saturn is in Pisces. And it's going direct. Which means it's go time. Saturn coming out of Pisces, the last sign of the zodiac. It's now or never, babe. It is now or never. Because Saturn is a 30-year cycle, and you won't get to revisit this for another 28 to 30 years. It is now or never. It is pinging at you, and it's on the surface for a reason. Because the birds signify communication and wisdom, insight, higher perspective. You're either going to allow wisdom and communication and higher perspective get you out of the dark, or your demons are going to come up from the depths and drag that message, drag that intuitive hit right back down and throw it right back into the baggage pile. In which case, you will spend a really long time, the dark night's under that. You will spend a really long time in the dark night. We're talking 28 to 30 years. Okay? You can cut the dark night out now. You can open the door now. You can go deep with the sonar and see the wounds underneath that caused you to get to this place to begin with. You can go deep and you can get the fuck out of Dodge. You can close that book and open the light one. That book, right, of wounds. You can close that book and start new with your angel by your side. Or burn it. You can vilify them. You can burn it, but you're burning the rainbow with it. But you're burning the rainbow with it. You'd be burning the dream with it. Spirit, what's the guidance, please, for Leo for November? Because you are at a crossroads, for sure. You are at a crossroads, for sure. And you have to make the choice to communicate and elevate or try and pretend like it never happened and that intuitive ping isn't setting off in you like it is in November, and deal with a really long dark night cycle. Life path. Guidance for Leo. Card number 20. Do you wonder about your divine life path and purpose? You have been enrolled in spiritual training. This training might be obvious in the form of a course you are undertaking, or hidden in a life lesson that is currently triggering your healing, learning, or growth. Whether it is obvious or not, successfully completing this training will empower you to fulfill your divine purpose in this lifetime. Further clarity will be revealed to you. The universe promises that you shall know what you need at the perfect time and in a way that you cannot miss. You are in spiritual training for a divine mission that serves your soul development and spiritual growth while simultaneously helping others. It will help you express your spiritual purpose in this lifetime. At times, your training may be aligned with study or applying your skills in ways that seem more obviously aligned with a spiritual path. At other times, your spiritual training may be disguised in ordinary life circumstances. If you are unsure of what you are meant to be learning, exactly how you are in spiritual training at the moment, look to the situations in your life that are causing you the most struggle. This is where you will find your training taking place. The struggle is the place where holding on is competing with letting go. It is, however, nothing to be ashamed of. A growth edge, where you are doing the inner work of growing into more peace, trust, and love, is a sign that you are currently growing. It isn't comfortable. Sometimes it might cause fatigue and even a feeling of defeat. Yet you shall not give up. You shall continue, and in time you shall triumph with a feeling of peace, resolution, and wisdom. If you are feeling stuck, perhaps you're working on a significant issue or challenge that won't seem to resolve itself no matter how much effort you apply. Then you're being guided to ask for help from your spiritual team. Call upon your own higher self and soul to take over all aspects of the issue. Be patient. Do not resist what is, but neither collapse into it. Use your spiritual practice to strengthen you as you move through this training. If you are uncertain about what is happening in your life now, don't fret. Sometimes a smaller desire has to be sacrificed for the attainment of the greater vision. Be at peace. Know that all beings shine at the right time, and so shall you. This oracle is a confirmation that a vision of your path on earth is being shared with you, whether in small daydreams, big dreams at night, in meditation, or simply in the feedback you receive repeatedly from different sources, including yourself. You are being asked to trust in what you see, sense, and feel about your vision for your life path and divine purpose. Even if you are not clear, trust that it is coming to you with divine timing. Be open-minded and listen for what makes your heart sing. Leo, this intuitive nudge you've got, trust. You got a dream for your life. You got a dream for your life that you pray for, you wish for, you want, you miss. trust that whoever this is, that this reading is about, in regards to you, they are the key. You can communicate. And if you acknowledge the wound that caused you to lock them away to begin with, and address that wound so that you do not get locked out of them again, I do believe you will absolutely attain whatever this dream is. This person is rare. They're rare. You might only ever catch one in a lifetime. One. God knows, I've been on this earth almost 40 years. And I've only ever seen, in real life, one black swan. And I live near lakes. I lived near rivers growing up. You know what I mean? Like, I used to go all the time. One black swan. Think about it. If you're being pinged back to this person, there is a reason why you're being pinged back to this person, especially if, because in between thinking about them, being pinged about them, you keep thinking about this dream that you wish you had. There's a reason why you're thinking about both. And it's because one is tied to the other, and you can't obtain the dream without the other. You're thinking about the dream, and your intuition, that voice of the divine within you, that is the divine, your intuition is the divine, it is your higher self, is pinging you to this person, asking you to please trust. Because once they get out of the baggage, right, they get out of that shadowy place you threw them into, they're not going to go back in. And they're not going to tolerate that baggage from you. So you really are going to have to rise to meet them at their level. To see the way that they see. Because until you see the way that they see, you will stay blind to just how rare they are. What a miracle it is to have them around. All right, Leo. That's November. You are at a choice point. I do hope the reading helped and gave you some insight, and hopefully inspired you to listen to your intuition, because you are fully capable of achieving the dream, especially with this person. This person is key. And if they're the black swan that this reading says they are, and you're in the right alignment to see them at their worth, the rarity that they are, and treat them as such, they'll stick around. Drop a like and leave a comment if this message made sense to you, or if you appreciated receiving it. All right, let me know. And I will catch y'all next time. Bye. Hey Virgo, how you doing? Let's see what is going on for you in November. Spirit, please. What is going on with Virgo? Virgo energy, Virgo placements, the house that Virgo rules for you in the month of November. What is going on with Virgo? What do we need to know? We got South Node still moving through your sign. We got the cogs. What else? the fireplace and the seed. And the infinite and eternal. All right, clarities, please. Broken heart in the reverse. We've got the baggage on top and the coin on bottom. Okay. Okay. So Virgo. With the baggage on top and the coin, Nightingale is under that. Nightingale is the bird that sings just before the dawn. That's how you know the dawn is close. The nightingale starts to sing. I think you've been carrying around quite a bit of baggage for a while. And now, I think you're up in the air about whether or not you're going to keep carrying that baggage. Let's see. We're going to flip the coin. Ooh, no. You are not going to keep that baggage around. Okay? You are not going to keep the baggage around. So, in November, we have the cogs with the broken heart in the reverse. The cogs are all about the mechanics of things, right? Why things tick. It's what goes on in the background that makes things the way that they are. Right? The clock ticks because of the cogs. How fast the time flies or how slow it moves depends on how the cogs are working. You are letting go of broken heart energy. I don't necessarily feel like it's love related, but it's something from your past, right? Something you've been carrying around for a while that you know you don't have to carry it anymore. That part of you that was brokenhearted over it, I feel like it's finally time, right? It's finally time. It's finally time to unbreak your heart. It's almost like, because obviously Unbreak Your Heart, you're reminded of Toni Braxton, unless you're super fucking young, in which case you don't know that reference. And if you don't know who Toni Braxton is, and you don't know her song Unbreak Your Heart, you should totally go listen to it. But it's almost as if Spirit is singing it to you. The higher spirit, right, that is yourself, your highest self, that is one with the one. It's almost like it's asking you to be so fucking excited that you don't have to carry around that pain anymore, because it's coming to pass. With the fireplace and the key, I think you're burning that Chiron wound. And not only do I think you're burning the Chiron wound, I feel that it's turning into something so much more valuable. It's like I'm getting this visual of melting the key down, because the key, the Chiron wound, you've already unlocked the door. So the key has no purpose anymore. The door is unlocked. Now it's just a key. But it's a golden key. And if you melt that down, that has a lot of value. And you might be able to reuse it in a different way. So it's like your Chiron wound, now that it has served its purpose, it's evolving into something that holds much more value to you in a new form. With the seed and the circus, I feel like you have found a way to I'm getting this sense of like breaking ground in the light, right? Receiving love, right? The seed is being rained on and being shined on. You are being witnessed in your light, and using that light possibly from outside of yourself and other people. You're being watered by outside of yourself, right? The environment, the people or situations that you put yourself around. You're avoiding the circus. You're like, I don't need the circus. That whole thing was a circus. I would have been jumping through hoops. I would have been dealing with monkey-minded people. I would have had to deal with the fucking clowns. And I have figured out a way to grow without the circus. The love of the divine is infinite and eternal. It never goes away. It is there, rippling, reverberating. Every day, the divine loves us every day. And now, it is time. The alchemy set, the key ingredient is time. There is more time in the process of turning lead into gold than there is any other ingredient. You are about to explode with the BOMB. Explode with this crowned energy. The crown is alignment. It is alignment. You may have encountered someone in synastry whose Chiron is actually really significant for you, because Chiron is a healer. So when people hold Chiron energy and it synchronizes with our charts, it gets to work healing. So whoever the sunshine is, right, whoever the rain is, they have broken you, right? It's like I was talking about melting down the key, right? This golden key. It's a seed. The seed is gold. And you are now growing because of that golden seed. You're getting roots. And you're breaking the surface. Fuck the circus. Right? Fuck the circus. You never needed the circus. This baggage that you've carried, someone's helping you heal it. Someone is helping you heal it. And it's such a beautiful alignment. It's such a beautiful alignment. You are about to explode in your crown energy. What is the guidance for Virgo for November? What is the guidance for Virgo? I feel like whoever you're involved with, this healing energy, I feel like they're on the same trajectory. In their own way, but the same trajectory. Like they're about to explode out of some shit as well. Because I feel like you and whoever this person is are in sync. Yeah, 11. 11, messages and numbers. Yeah, you're mirroring each other for sure. And you're both on the up, so let's read. 11 is a beautiful master number. The universe is speaking to you through numbers. From 1111 on your phone to the repeating number patterns that catch your eye, information is being transmitted from the creative universal intelligence to your cellular awareness. You may feel energetic healing as you receive these transmissions of number frequencies. Numbers are energetic medicine. They are particular frequencies in a universal language of love that helps heal and guide you. There are no negative numbers. Healing vibrations of numbers are working for your soul now. So which numbers do you notice most often at this time? Frequency of the 1 is about beginnings, taking the initiative, believing in yourself, and accepting a leadership role in which you step ahead of the curve, beyond the consciousness of those around you, to guide the human race forward in love. The frequency of 2 brings healing around partnership and allows you to be helped by others, particularly in relationships. Whether business or personal, the 2 indicates more that can be gained by working with another. The frequency of 3 indicates a time to learn, teach, write, or develop new ideas, collaborate with others, and create win-win situations. It is also the number stamp of the Ascended Masters, particularly multiple 3s, affirming their connection with you. The frequency of the 4 brings angelic healing, divine order, and an influx of energy into the physical plane. It's a get things done energy, which can help you materialize desires. More than 1 4 in a row means the angels are speaking to you. Call upon their loving assistance to help you manifest your divine destiny. The frequency of the 5 announces change and acceleration. An issue is resolving. Transformation is happening through divine alchemy. If you see a 5, let go. Allow what is happening to happen. Trust in the goodness behind all unfolding in your life. The frequency of the 6 is love, money, beauty, and abundance. Many people are afraid of the 6 vibration, especially multiple 6s, which some teach are a sign of evil. But there are no negative numbers. The 6 is a sign of material abundance and healing of prosperity, love, and romance. The frequency of the 7 indicates healing ability, channeling of spiritual wisdom, and the sage or teacher. It is a sign to accept what makes you unique and to balance your social life with restorative solitude. If you have asked about your life mission, the 7 indicates it is, at least in part, self-healing, and very likely the healing of others too. The frequency of the 8 asks you to step into leadership that is not apart from others, but amongst them. Others may look to you as a role model or authority figure. Accept this with humility and remember to encourage others to find their own power. The frequency of 9 is a highly spiritual energy indicating blessings, compassion, and an ending of a cycle. It comes when resolution of unfinished business is taking place, so a new cycle can begin in due course. It also indicates the Christ consciousness and can be a message from any master that resonates with that energy, reminding you to trust your heart and ask for love to bless and assist you. The frequency of the 0 is a divine wild card. It amplifies the energy of the other numbers and places a divine stamp behind it. Any significant number accompanied by a 0 is a message direct from the universe. It is the divine saying, I'm sharing something true and special with you. Take note, for I am with you. Numbers. What's your life path? What's your life path number for real? You know, what numbers are you seeing around? What is your numerology in regards to your birthday? Like, what are your numbers? If you look at your birth chart, what numbers do you see? What do they break down to, right? When you add the numbers together, what do they result in? Whatever those frequencies are for you. The wheels are spinning. The broken-hearted energy is out. The key has been used. It's been transformed into the seed to get you around the circus. You have grown despite it. The divine loves you infinitely and eternally, and you are about to blow up with your crowned energy. And if you are working in partnership with others, it is like you have both straightened out your own crowns. That is freaking awesome. So Virgo for November, expect your brain to be very busy. Like it isn't already. Expect your brain to be very busy, but with all the right things, all the right thoughts. Know that you are being watered and shined on, and that it is going to help you grow immensely. Not just now either. I'm feeling like it's a continuation. It's going to continue. And that's freaking cool. Because if the seed is golden, maybe money does grow on trees. Money does grow on trees, right? When we create these roots and we extend our branches out and we connect, right? And we allow the outer experience to nourish us, we create the fruit that nourishes others, that helps other seeds take root, that people don't need to deal with the circus. You're like, I could have let the circus defeat me. I could have been brokenhearted and carried around that baggage that the circus defeated me my whole life. And yet you found a way around the circus, which means you can also teach others and show others the way, how to get around the circus, how to be watered, and how to grow, and how to give back and continue in those beautiful cycles of planting seeds. So Virgo, look forward to your November, because I feel this is going to have beautiful karma written all over it. You've got a lot of positive energy coming out. A lot. I feel like you're going to feel so much more like yourself. You're going to be so proud of yourself. Good for you, Virgo. Good for you. If you appreciated this message, if it makes sense to you, if it helped you in any way, definitely drop a like or let me know in the comments and keep me posted. All right. I love you, Virgo. Bye. Hi, Libra. How you doing? Let's get into your messages for November. Spirit, please. What is going on with Libra? Libran energy. Libra placements in the house that Libra rules for you. What is going on with Libra for November? What is going on with Libra? We've got the keyhole, the prison. You are stuck here, and the time machine. Clarities, please. Clarify these for Libra. Love is the way. I'm hearing love is the way. Okay, we've got the dawn on top and the distance on bottom. Okay, Libra. With the dawn and the distance, you may have come a really long way from where you started. You may have been in a dynamic or pattern of dynamics where you saw the potential in demons and treated your demons like they were your friends, that they were the angels in your life guiding you. And they left you pretty fucking brokenhearted. And you were trying to mend it wearing masks and ended up just hanging yourself on the cross because you had some deep, deep work to do within yourself, right? Not knowing why we wear these masks and how they stem from pain and how that pain stems from places that we don't necessarily always remember. And when we're shown these open doors, we don't always take them. But apparently, you still have time to extend an olive branch and grow. Okay? You still have time. I don't doubt your demons are going to want to hold you back, but they're not your friend. You've come a long way. Okay? I think you have learned that your demons are not your friends. So the keyhole with the fish, that's the heart chakra. Okay? The balance of masculine and feminine energy when they work in unison with each other. And you've had to go real deep, right? The fish goes real deep for that treasure. And I feel the keyhole, especially because it is significant on the prison card. Love is the way out. That keyhole. Love unlocks the prison because you can't start your light so long as you are there with your shadows. Your demons, your shadows are locked in the prison. They don't want you to leave. They don't want to be lonely. But you're not meant to be there. Love is the way out. See, you've started building a foundation and you're stuck here, right? You're stuck with the foundation and it's not building itself, okay? It's not building itself. It might require a lot of work on your part to keep this thing going. The reality is, if you built the foundations with shadows, the shadows are the cracks. The shadows cannot exist in a foundation without cracks. Think about what I just said. The cracks in the foundations that we build reflect our shadows. They cannot exist on the foundation without a crack. You've been building something based on shadows. And the time machine is about wanting to go forward by going backwards, right? We always wish we can go back in time and fix things, do things differently. Not everybody, but some. Some wish they could skip to the good part. But the reality is, the time machine is here because you want to go back and do something differently. Time travel. It's not possible for us. We can't go back and undo things. All we have is the now moment where we can choose to do things differently. If you are focused on the past and thinking about the past and wishing you can go back, the question is, what can you do now? If you want to think about the future and fantasize about the future and want to skip to the good parts, you have to think about what you can do now in order to get there. Thinking about the past or thinking about the future literally blocks whatever you are meant to be doing now. We can't go back and undo what we've done, but we can choose better now. We can't skip ahead. We have to get there somehow, which requires us to make choices now. We've got the bullseye and the bottle. Nod to a 12th house Taurus. Okay. The bullseye. You can't hit it if you don't listen to your intuition. Right now, you're being intuitively pinged in a direction and your shadows are above the elevation. Your shadows are keeping you from following through with exactly what it is you need to do now. Your demons are keeping you from doing exactly what it is you need to do right now. Love is the way. Sometimes that means loving others without condition. And sometimes that means loving yourself without condition. And sometimes they both happen simultaneously in different ways. You have to be able to teleport yourself into a new timeline by making choices now. You've come a long way, Libra. A long way from where you've been. You're a far cry from who you were. Now the question is, do you like the company you keep? That's the question. Do you like the company you keep? Are your shadows the manifestations of your shadows, good company? Do you enjoy it? Are you happy? Do you feel peace? Or are you stressed the fuck out trying to clean up mess after mess after mess, inside and out, because your demons up the place? You're stuck on something you've been trying to build from a place of shadow. You can only build it so far before those cracks start to give way. Start to collapse what you've built. The time is now. It's now. If it's now or never, it's now. You know what I mean? If it's now or never, it's now. I said that to a Libra once. They had called me up and essentially told me it was now or never. And I pulled over on the side of the road. I was like, it's now. I pulled over on the side of the road in traffic with people in my car and stepped out to talk to them. Only for them to fall through on what they told me they would do, which was call me that weekend. And I went and changed my whole life after that phone call. That night, I made choices that night, because for me, it was now. When they didn't follow through, I showed up at their house. I said, you said now or never, and never is not an option. It's now. Oh my God. But it's the truth. Like, Spirit's talking to you. The time is now. You got to show up for yourself now. If your intuition is pinging at you and your demons are trying to shove it down, like, love is the way. Love is the way, Libra. Go deep. Don't not start. Don't not start because your demons don't want to be alone. Too fucking bad. Too fucking bad, Libra. For real. Guidance for Libra, please. You are fully capable. You are fully capable. If you've been drinking, put the dang bottle down. Say goodbye to the bottle. Your demons, they could stay in that bottle. Okay. Guidance. We have Cosmic Heart, Cosmic Christ. Yeah, love is the way. Love is the way. All right, Libra. Card number 27. You are elevating your vibration towards the frequency of limitless supply and unconditional love. Spiritually, you are reaching for a higher level of attainment. Past pain and self-defeating behaviors shall no longer have a place in your heart. Christ consciousness is an expression of divine love that comes straight from the universal heart. It triggers a transmutation, an evolution so absolute that we are irrevocably changed. We increasingly become an embodied expression of pure divine will and an unwavering expression of divine love for all who are in need. This process takes lifetimes to complete. And as you proceed, you will receive countless blessings to support your journey and fulfill your sole purpose of serving love. There will also be tests. These give the spirit a chance to develop mastery. There will be tests of forgiveness. It is easier to forgive when you don't harbor resentment at natural limitations. which is like being angry at the sun for not shining at night. Natural laws prevail. So whether we are speaking of the sun, a child, or ourselves as we grow, compassion allows forgiveness to flow more easily. There will also be tests of power. As you grow, you will become more powerful. You can use that power to help or hinder others, to manipulate them through fear, or encourage them with love. You can nurture yourself on your path, or you can relentlessly criticize yourself for your errors. You can claim your power comes from some superiority you possess, or you can see yourself as a surrendered vehicle, animated in purposeful action through the grace of the divine. You may feel you need to sacrifice yourself for others, but you are just as much in need of love as any other being on this planet. When you are full and overflowing, what you share with others can enhance you and them. It is not a choice between what nurtures you and what nurtures others. It is not a choice between what nurtures you and what nurtures others, as if though those were competing needs. Think about that. It is not a choice between what nurtures you and what nurtures others, as if those were competing needs. In a realm of the Christ, what nurtures you is actually nurturing for all. When you are feeling diminished or drained, you have been pulled out of the higher frequencies of peace and kindness to yourself. Become trapped in unforgiveness or power games, or seduced by the lesser truths of another rather than the truth of your own heart. Christ calls you now to receive his love for you and to allow your own heart to feel the grace and healing of this. It can be a challenge to learn to love another in a way that does not harm you. Perhaps you learned that love was about making yourself less in order to help another feel like more. This is not love, nor is it consciously chosen sacrifice. It is a heart acting out of its scars from the past. Your heart deserves to experience real love. As you gently claim this for yourself, you will find so much strength within, much respect for yourself, and a willingness to receive much good in your life. It is time for you to embrace the higher expression of the Christ love within you. You have as much right to experience love, respect, and forgiveness as another. Sharing love in any way brings you closer to your spiritual mission this lifetime. It also attracts prosperity and abundance. Let the love in. You do not have to suffer to grow now. You just need to let love flow. I call on the unconditional love of the Christ in the form of Christ consciousness, the sacred, peaceful, kind, and generous nature of my own heart. I open to receive an abundance of loving kindness from the universe in unlimited forms of blessing. I allow myself to give and receive freely. All that I want and need comes to me in accordance with the loving intelligence of divine timing. I feel much gratitude in my heart for the loving blessings and grace of the universe. May the light and love of the true Christ bless the hearts of all living beings, bringing peace, joy, and divine love through my own free will. So be it. Libra, this is where we really do align our free will with divine will. And the divine wants us to be both loving and loved at the same time. Christ consciousness, the divine, doesn't make us choose. Be loved, but don't love them back. Or love them with everything you've got, but they'll never love you back. That's not love. That's lessons. That's our demons. That's our shadows talking. But that's not why we're here. Christ consciousness says you can love and be loved at the same time. Keep that in mind for November. Because your demons got a pretty good hold on you. They do. But love is the way. And you just have to choose it in every now moment. One moment at a time. For the rest of your life, and watch it work miracles for you. Watch it work miracles in the world around you and the people that you've connected with. Watch how the healing ripples. Our demons can't heal anybody. Our shadows can't heal anybody, no matter how much we want to heal them. But love, that heals everybody. Yourself included. I hope this message helps, Libra. If it resonated with you or you appreciated it or needed the reminder, let me know. Drop a like or leave me a comment or something, you know? Keep me posted. All right? I love you, Libra. Bye. Hey, Scorpio. How you doing? Let's see what is going on for you in the month of November. Spirit, please. What is going on with Scorpio? Scorpio energy. Scorpio placements in the house that Scorpio rules for you. What is going on in the month of November for Scorpio? What is going on for Scorpio? We have the Dawn and the Fish. The Book. And the Angel. Spirit told me to keep it in the reverse. All right. Clarities, please. I feel like the upright is still relevant, but Spirit had me keep it in reverse, so we're going to see. 4-leaf clover on the Dawn in the reverse. With the broken mind. One of the 2 broken mind cards. We have the Snowman in the reverse with the Distance in the reverse on the Book. And the Sonar on the Angel in reverse. We have the Broken Heart on top. And the Bridge on bottom. Okay. So Scorpio. With the Bridge and the Broken Heart, I feel what hurts the most, honestly, is the fact that there's baggage underneath that broken heart. There's baggage and wishing you can go back in time and change things when we can't change the past, okay? I feel that someone I feel like for some of you it's you, and for some of you it's others. So take the message how it resonates, okay? How it makes sense for you is how it makes sense for you. I feel like someone moved forward into their light and someone else was left behind with the terrain of shadows. But the bridge wasn't burned, okay? The bridge is still here. Like, they might have walked to the light, or you may have walked into the light, but the bridge wasn't burned behind you. We can't change the past. Sometimes the things that we choose, or sometimes the things that other people choose from a broken heart, you know, a shadow heart, it hurts, and we can't just put a band-aid on it and pretend like it doesn't hurt, you know, and that becomes our baggage. That becomes the baggage that we wish we could go back and change. With the dawn and the four-leaf clover in the reverse, you may have felt like someone moving into the sun, or you moving into the sun, was unlucky. That it was bad luck. Unfortunate. When really it was asking you to dive really deep into why you were the bleeding empath. Right? This version of the broken mind is when we have demons, red flags right in front of us, and we register their potential and treat them like an angel when they're showing us for face value that they're a manifestation of our demons. And someone walked away, right? One way or the other, whether it was you that walked away or it was the manifestation of the shadow, right? The quote-unquote demon or shadow energy in your mirror walked away. And either way, it left you hurt, you know, because you had your own demons that you were battling. You might just not have realized it at the time. You might be very aware of it now. With the book represents our life. It is the Akashic record. It's the story that we write. It's our life. What life did we live? What story did we put into motion? Is it a comedy? Is it a romance? Is it a tragedy? Is it a drama? Is it a horror novel? You know, like, what is your life? And how do you want to finish the book? What kind of ending do you plan on writing? With the snowman in the reverse and the distance in reverse, where you are now You are a lot closer to where you need to be than you may realize. And you're starting to thaw out, right? The snowman represents cold and seasonal people that don't hold any kind of permanence in our lives. And you may have been the snowman for a while. And maybe you don't realize how much of a snowman you've been, because you could be like, well, Racy, I love people. I've given my best to people. Yeah, but were you cold to yourself? Were you cold to yourself? Because it's clear when we're cold to other people, you know, and we're a seasonal person just coming in and out of people's stories. It's not always so clear when we are the snowman to ourselves. Not realizing that we're a seasonal person in other people's lives and they're not permanent in our life because we're cold to ourselves. You're a lot closer to where you need to be right now. Thawing out. Loving yourself. Being able to love other people. Writing the ending that you want. The angel in the reverse with the sonar. If we look back at that broken mind card, right? Where is it? It's right here. We always saw the potential in someone. We always knew that potential was there. We didn't see our own at the time. We didn't see the happy ending that we wanted to write. But whoever that was, it's not like the demon card came out in the upright. The angel came out in the reverse. Which means whoever it was that you saw their potential, they're not in their demon mode. They are in their angel mode, and they're doing deep digging right now. Because angel mode has steps and processes, right? You don't just wake up one day and shine light everywhere and embrace love. Like, there's a process. But they've at least stepped onto the path of their potential. And right now, they're doing the deep digging. They're looking inside themselves. Why am I like this? Why do things happen the way that they do? Why do I push people away? Why do people constantly let me go? Why do I constantly leave other people? What am I afraid of? Why do these results, right, keep happening? And they're realizing it's because of masks. If they go deeper, asking the why questions, they realize it's because they were wearing a mask. And if they continue asking the why questions, like, well, what are the masks and why do I wear them? They go deeper, it's because there's pain there. That broken heart is there. That broken heart stems back to our childhood. Every time. They're starting to realize at this point in the path. That they chase after the potential of others because they've been chasing after the potential in themselves. And they don't want to chase after potential anymore. They want to live the life. They want the ending that they want. Which means they have to go down there inside those deep levels of themselves and really start to peel it back. And learn to forgive. Not just the people who wounded them, but the way they've carried themselves inside those wounds when they were ignorant and not asking the why questions, when they were in their demon mode. And you could very well be doing the same thing. You might have left your shadows behind, but you haven't quite come into the full power of your light yet. But you're definitely on the way there. You're on track with that. And if it is somebody else and you're cross-watching, they are on the path to light. They're just at the very beginning stages of it. The steps, they're a little steeper in the beginning, but they do get easier until you're just gliding. And the steps are gone. There's nothing else to climb. You've reached where you're meant to be. They're on the very steep steps that are hard to climb at the beginning. You or them. The bright side is every single step forward gets easier and easier than the last one. What is the guidance for Scorpio for November? What is the guidance for Scorpio, please? You signed up for this, Scorp. I just heard someone in my head asking, like, why does it have to be so hard? Like, why does it have to be such a process? Trust me, when you came into this life, you knew you were going to be climbing. You brought your climbing shoes. You did. What is the guidance, please, for Scorpio? Karmic clearing. This is Mars going to work. Because it came out, I'm pretty sure, for Aries too. Card number 5. If you got strong Aries in your chart, you might want to go watch it. After your advice here, of course. So it says, you are fast outgrowing a level of consciousness to which are attached particular wounds, issues, and struggles. As you outgrow that consciousness, these issues will release their grip on you. You are receiving divine notice that karmic clearing is taking place through a combination of your own efforts and spiritual grace from the heart of the divine. It is a time for an old wound to be released once and for all. Karma is not punishment. Karma is essentially our soul's lesson plan for this lifetime, carried over from past lifetimes. It is the way we grow and develop as a soul, sometimes through challenges and sometimes through blessings. Our positive karma is seen in the skills and talents we have mastered over many lifetimes. Also, when opportunities flow easily and healing happens swiftly, there is a sense of positive karma, an easy grace that effortlessly takes place in your life. This is what happens when we are clear enough of our own past pain to have little resistance between us and the natural flow of life. More challenging karma is revealed in the lessons we are still learning. These usually appear in the guise of painful circumstances or reactions that repeat themselves in our lives. The stronger the soul, the more challenging the lesson it is willing to master in this lifetime. As with any education, the higher the level of training, the more demanding the work. When you are working through big challenges, it is often a sign that you are on an advanced spiritual path. Must you always have struggle in your life as an advanced soul? Of course not. As you master your lessons, you will find you develop an ability to live your life more peacefully. However, it would be incorrect to interpret a struggle as a sign that you are not progressing spiritually. Sometimes, the more painful a struggle has been, the more difficult it can be to release that pain and associated memories or scars. The spiritual worlds know you are in need of divine intervention to help clear a pattern that was once painfully lodged in your body, mind, and soul. Enough of the struggle. Divine love now offers healing and freedom. We clear karma by learning to trust and relax, by choosing not to punish ourselves with shame, guilt, fear, or unworthiness, by continuing to balance our efforts with a surrender into divine grace. We take responsibility for our own healing, doing all that we can, and trusting that the universe will lovingly and effectively handle everything else so that we can progress and succeed. If you have been struggling with a long-term issue, this oracle card has come as a particular sign that the universe wants to step in and assist you. Scorpio. This is you surrendering to the divine and embracing the absolution of karma. To surrender the attachment to the suffering. You've been through a lot. You're a Scorpio. You've been through a lot. Scorpio takes on some dark shit, man. They really do. People don't even know that don't have Scorpio placements. They don't even know the kind of struggle, the kind of dark healing process that Scorpionic energy goes through. However, they don't quite receive the same level of reward that Scorpio receives when they've mastered healing the self. Letting go of the karma that they've brought in from past lives. Karma that they've taken on from other people and those people's past lives. Scorpionic energy says, not only will I heal myself in this life, I will heal everyone. I will take on all of the shadows, and I will conquer all of them. I will overcome all of them. I will champion myself despite all of them. That's why Scorpio rules the 8th house. That's why Scorpio season, as we know it, is genuinely shared with Ophiuchus. Scorpionic energy. My beautiful Scorpio souls. Whatever broken heart energy you or others that put it upon you in this life, you dove so deep to find your potential. And you're finally starting to visualize how you want the book to end. You are on the light path. You are thawing out and are a whole lot closer. A whole lot closer than you think. This visit from Mars in your sign is going to serve you exceptionally well. I do believe that. As the sun moves through your sign in November, I think the light of you is going to serve you exceptionally well. Especially because you're taking trines from Jupiter in Cancer and Saturn and Neptune in Pisces. Mercury is going to retrograde back into your sign, and it's going to shift the way that you think in a profound way. I feel it. Especially because when Mercury retrogrades, it's going to cross into that grand trine territory with Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune. I do feel like you are going to have major breakthrough moments. And it is going to make every step after this one a whole lot easier. All right, Scorp. I hope this message serves you well and gave you some decent insights into what you're going to be moving through energetically through November. And I keep hearing the word March. I don't know how March plays a role. Maybe because it's Aries season, we get into Aries season. I'm just hearing March over and over in my head. You'll have to let me know. If this message resonated with you or if you just appreciated it, drop a like, leave a comment, let me know. All right? I love you guys. Bye, Scorp. Hey, Saggy. How you doing? Let's see what is going on for you in the month of November. Spirit, please. What is going on with Sag? Sag energy, Sag placements. and the house that Sag rules for you. Especially because Mercury is going to go retrograde in our sign this month. What is going on, Spirit, with Sag? What is going on with Sag? Not gonna lie, that whole chunk came out in reverse, and I am so glad that it did. We've got the 4-leaf clover on top. And the polygraph on the bottom. Sag. I feel you had eclipsed your light out at some point. And or something that transpired with the eclipse cycles was seriously lucky for you. Because it took some time. The alchemy set, it's come out quite a few times in these reads. I've been saying the alchemy set, the main ingredient turning lead into gold is time. There is more time in the process of turning lead to gold than any other ingredient. And you may have been healing a process of the bleeding empath, right? Blind empathy. Where we have demons right in front of us and we lock in on their potential and start treating them like angels because we see the angel in them. And the reality is we've got the manifestation of our demons right in front of us, right? You had a lucky break where your light despite the fact that you had to block it out for a while. It's dawning and it's putting you on a pedestal. It's putting you on a pedestal, and now the challenge is having an angel right in front of you and wanting to register it like a demon, right? You have something new birthing. A mystery, something you haven't experienced before. The light is breaking through the cracks. Okay? So, Sag, especially with the polygraph, you'll know the truth when you hear it. You know the lies when you've heard it. You've known the red flags when you've seen them, and maybe you denied them in the past when you eclipsed yourself out. But the truth is the truth now. And I feel that if someone were to speak to you, whether they're lying or they're telling you the truth, the minute someone starts to speak to you, you know the truth regardless. If they speak the truth, you'll know it's truth. If they're telling a lie or they're omitting something and something's off, you're going to know the truth, and you're going to know that there is a lie or an omission there. Your truth detector senses are really high in November. We've got the book, which is a story of your life. And we've got the broken heart in the reverse. This is not, you're not writing a tragedy. It may have been a tragedy for a time. A sad story. but you're not loving from your shadows. The eclipsed heart. You knew you couldn't just put a band-aid on the pain, right? You had to do that deep dive, that deep healing. And if you had to set a fire to the foundation and watch it burn, what you tried to build, right? When you saw people's potential and you were left no choice but to burn it down, then you did. Then you did. You were stuck behind that shadow wall for the longest time, and now the wall is in the reverse. Your shadows, these bricks of shadow that put your walls up, kept you from the rainbow. You're not there anymore. You're not stuck looking at that wall anymore. Whatever curses, right? The cauldron in the reverse. Whatever curses you put on yourself or other people cursed you, you know, and put on you this life or the last. Sad, you broke the curses. The cauldron in the reverse, you broke the curses. You are not living in shadow. When the shadows show up, you light the match. And maybe you've had to light the match in the dark and burn the foundation down to nothing and start over multiple times in this life. Maybe it was a sad life. Every time you tried to build, the cracks, right? The shadows kept it from being complete. The more you tried to build and the more weight you put on that foundation, the more the cracks grew, and it just leveled it. And now if you see the cracks, you're like, let's start over. Let's start over. Let's burn it now before I put in any more work and build any more and spend any more time building. If I catch the cracks in the foundation, I'm going to burn it now. I'm going to start over now. And try again. To let the foundation be built with no cracks. Every time I have failed to keep the cracks at bay, I just got better at laying a solid foundation. I've learned from my mistakes. Breaking the curse, the poisons, right? The mushroom in the reverse, the bad trips. You're not going back there anymore. The time machine came out with all those reverse energies. You're not going back. You're living in the now. You're not daydreaming about some future to the extent that you ignore the cracks because you're so focused on getting the thing built that you're not paying particular attention to what it is you're building on. You're not going back to the broken heart. ignoring red flags, lying to the self, ignoring your intuition. You know what book you want to write. You know what the ending is. You know, it's interesting. Because I don't drink. I just don't. But when I was in high school, I used to picture myself at the end of my life sitting on a porch somewhere between the woods and the fields, sitting in a rocking chair, sipping on a glass of whiskey. Specifically Southern Comfort, because that's what I liked back in high school. But there was always 2 rocking chairs. And there were always 2 glasses. But I never saw who the other person was. I just knew that where I was inside that ending was my happy place. That was my happy place. Every time I've ever pictured it. Even now, the vision is still the same. It hasn't changed. But it's a happy ending. I think you know, Sag, what your happy ending is. And you might not necessarily know for certain with who, but you know the ending you're writing. It's your happy place. And if you've had your happy ending in mind for as long as you can remember, then all of the broken hearted moments, the shadow moments, the burning of the foundation to the ground, no matter how many times you've had to burn it, no matter how many times you've had to start over, no matter how many times you had to unstick yourself to get to where you are, breaking these damn curses, it's because you were always meant to get to that vision, to receive your happy place by the end. And now, you're not focused on the past. The past is not important in the sense that it's dictating where you're at and what you're doing or not doing. It's only important because you've learned how to move and live beyond it. It serves as reference, but it's no longer dictating the story. What's the guidance for Sag for November? What is the guidance helping Sag get to that happy place in the end? Archangel Raphael says hi. What is the guidance for Sag? The 4th ray of harmony. 4 might be your lucky number. It's my lucky number. I'm just saying. The 4th ray of harmony. Card number 6. It says, the fourth ray of harmony comes to you now with the qualities of beauty, harmony, and balance. It empowers you to complete a spiritual initiation. Any conflict you experience now serves your divine purpose. It will eventually become the fuel you need to be born anew. Something negative will be transformed into something positive. Archangel Gabriel helps you to receive the blessing of the fourth ray of harmony now. When the fourth ray of harmony is active in your life, you are approaching spiritual initiation, which creates a whole new person, a new you. Initiation may begin with feeling torn between two choices or realities. You may wonder if you have what it takes to get through this. You do. As you discover your strength to be patient with the process, rather than trying to force an outcome prematurely, eventually you will outgrow the conflict altogether, emerging as a wiser, more powerful you. You will have gained a positive outcome from what was once considered to be a negative situation. When the fourth ray of harmony becomes stronger in your soul, avoid becoming scattered, out of balance, or swinging from one extreme to the other in thoughts, actions, and emotions. You will need to keep grounding yourself and being moderate, rather than all or nothing in your life choices. This will create your successful outcome more swiftly than trying to force something to happen immediately. The challenge and the gift with the fourth ray of harmony is the increased sensitivity to beauty it engenders. Music takes on a whole new emotional depth. The beauty or chaos in your environment, and even the colors you wear, has more impact on you than usual. You can use this increased sensitivity to your advantage by choosing art, music, and colors, and so on, that feel good for you. The mainstream is still operating in a fear-based energy. With increased sensitivity, you can at times be more affected by this. If you are experiencing increased negativity, depression, doubt, fear, or emotional instability, this is likely why. You can overcome this without shutting down. When you sense it happening, respond with a loving discipline. You might meditate, journal, dance, create art, listen to music, exercise, take a bath, or spend time in nature to bring yourself back to balance. This ray has a special connection to the arts and guides you to create. You are encouraged to trust your own creativity, to enjoy it, and use it to help heal yourself and perhaps others too. When Archangel Gabriel enters your life, there will be an emphasis on the use of sound for healing and balance. So the words you use, affirmations for example, and the invocations in this deck will be very powerful. So will music. You may use sound to help balance and restore your energy. You'll know when it has worked because you will feel happier and find life simpler. You may not immediately solve an issue, but start doing what you need to take care of yourself, knowing that the resolution is on its way. I now accept of my own free will the blessing and grace of the fourth ray of harmony. I call upon the grace and assistance of the universe and Archangel Gabriel to help me find balance, wisdom, and creative approaches in all areas of my life. I ask for unconditionally loving assistance to outgrow problems in my life. I ask for divine mercy, compassion, and tenderness to help me grow into all that I am divinely destined to be. May the art and beauty within me find authentic expression in the world. May I be held from within and grounded in my center as I approach the portal of initiation. May the unconditionally loving masters and angels that serve on this divine ray of light bring it to the hearts of all beings for the greatest good. Through divine mercy, will, and grace, so be it. Sag. Archangel Gabriel helps you to communicate. And Archangel Raphael, who came through during that shuffle, is the angel of healing. He is the divine healer within the self. He works with the heart chakra. Whatever you are meant to be communicating, it's coming from a healed heart place. You did go through some difficult stuff, and you are coming out of that difficult stuff. You're going through the initiation into a brand new you. What you looks like without the curses. What the new you looks like when it's not stuck behind a wall of shadow. A new you that went from having to burn down every foundation you started to build on because it was flawed, to the you that can build and complete things. The you that is creative in the world. Whether it is doing something very mundane like artwork, or creating something bigger like the story of your life. I hope this message helps, Sag. Trust you know the truth when you hear it. And trust you know lies and something fishy when you hear it. Even if it's coming out of your own mouth. Know when you are in alignment and you are speaking that truth. And when you're attempting to fool yourself. Catch it right there. Catch it and burn that right there. Don't even let it become a part of your foundation. Brick by brick, you are going to be able to build. Because you're not stuck anymore. Huge initiations coming. All right, for November. So Sag, if this message resonated with you, if it makes sense to you, if you appreciated the insight, the guidance, drop a like or leave a comment. Let me know. All right. I love you guys. Bye. Hey Capricorn, how you doing? Let's see what's going on for you in November. Spirit, please. What is going on for Capricorn? Capricorn energy, Capricorn placements in the house that Capricorn rules for you. What is going on for Cappy in November? What is going on for Capricorn in November? All right, give me one more. All right. Clarities, please. top of the deck, we have the lockpick. Bottom of the deck, we have the broken mind. And this version of the broken mind is the narcissist mentality, where we have people, angels, right in front of us, but we're registering them as demons, right? We're treating them like they're the bad guy, when the reality is their behavior is showing us that they are an angel. Who they are is an angel. We're just perceiving it from the lens of our shadows. So, I feel with the lockpick and the broken mind in November, you might have your demons picking at your brain. You might just have them trying to protect your heart, quote unquote, using logic and reason to not get hurt. Maybe you have history with somebody. Mercury is going to be retrograde in November. And they might very well be coming to you from their angelic version, from their potential, their greatest potential. And your demons might be trying to talk reason with you, even though intuitively you would be guided to see this person for exactly the energy that they're in, which is their angelic light, right? We have the crack with the dawn. The light is breaking through. Both of these cards, the light is rising. You have the potential to really shine, and you're at the crossroads. You're at the crossroads with your own light, because your own light is your intuition. If you've got your demons trying to, quote unquote, speak reason to you to protect you from getting hurt, you really got to tune in to like your deeper spidey senses, because you don't know whether to be light or not, and your demons are picking at your brain. Really, we've got the demon clarified by the crown. What is the crown chakra? It's right there on our brain. Your demons are trying to interfere with your crown chakra and keep your intuition, the voice of the divine, coming into you. Because you're at the finish line, Cap. Because you're at the finish line. And you have closed some kind of door on extreme dualities. You're walking in the full spectrum of love now. It's not black and white anymore. It's not, be loved but not loving, or be loving but not loved anymore. It's the full spectrum of love, which is the finish line. You've completed some kind of major Saturn cycle, some moon cycle. And now, because you've closed the door on the duality, I feel like I just see everybody like cheering you on, that you've left those extremes, those intense extremes behind. Your demons are trying so damn hard They're trying so damn hard to pick your brain. And to be fair, it could probably go either way. You could cut yourself off right before you break out of that chrysalis and end up in prison with your shadows. Because the dream, you can't see it beyond the dark night. All you saw and know is suffering, right? When you're an angel, you suffer. But the sweet life is in being pure and crossing that bridge, you know, really blowing up your demons, lighting that match to go back to your demons and burning the bridge, that you wouldn't go back to those walls, that you wouldn't keep yourself at such a distance in those dark mirrors, right? That time has done what it was meant to do. It healed things in you and other people. You might have a really hard time, especially if someone from your past comes back during Mercury retrograde. You might have a really hard time looking at them, especially if they hurt you. Especially if you saw their potential and they just burned you. You might have a really hard time seeing them in their light now. You might have every reason to not let them back in. For some of you, the people coming back are not ready. And your brain, who used to see potential in people, will want to kick in, and you'll give it another shot because your demons are picking at your heart. And for others of you, people from your past are going to come back healed, and you might not believe it. You might not believe it. You might think that they're just going to burn you again, or they're using you for something, and they're not. My best advice, and I'm going to pull you guidance, but my best advice would be to sleep on it. Give yourself a night to sleep on it. Call in your angels and ask them to wake you up in the morning, or whenever it is that you wake up, with the answer. And trust that answer upon waking up. If it feels good and you wake up feeling good and you wake up feeling light, trust the choices that you make from that place. If you feel uncertain, if you feel unsure, ask questions. Think about what was said, what wasn't said. Have a conversation with it that's very neutral. And then sleep on it again. Ask yourself, where do you want to go from here with it? Now that you asked questions and you got some answers, how do you feel about them answers? You might know right away. But if you're still on the fence, sleep on it. See where you're at with it again in the morning. There's no rush in life. There is only aligned choices that put you on path to your highest receiving, and lesson choices that also put you on path to your highest receiving. It's just a long way around. So you decide what works best for you. in your life with these particular people or situations, and feel good about the choice you're making. Ask a million questions if you've got a million to feel right about the choice you're making. Because if you need an answer and you don't get it, one way or the other, whether it's the answer you want, the answer you don't want, the answer you expected, the answer you did not expect, the answer that was clear and the answer that was in between the lines. If you didn't get the answers that you need, the question mark is going to bother you. Did I make the right call? Did I not make the right call? It's going to bother you. So love yourself enough to ask every question before you decide what is best for you. And once you decide, you'll feel really good about it. Because if you did ask every question and you made a choice and you don't feel good about it, then you know you made the wrong choice. Your feelings are letting you know clearly. Hey, you made this choice, but I don't like the way it feels. Make a different one. You know what I mean? You're at the finish line, Cap, of a major healing. A Saturn cycle, moon cycle kind of lesson. You've been inside the extremes and you don't want to go back to the extremes. You want to find that nice, happy place in between, where loving and being loved exist at the same time. And whatever choice you make, it's going to result in that one way or the other. Let's get you some guidance. Spirit, please. Guidance for Capricorn for November. Initiation by air. And messages in the numbers. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I'm pretty sure it was Virgo who got the messages in the numbers. So we're going to read these for you. You got strong Virgo in your chart, you might want to watch that message. Card 24, initiation by air. It says, you have a strong and powerful mind. The mind can be a great asset. It can bring comfort, peace, and strength as you take your spiritual journey. It can also be a dark and destructive force undermining your power, making you doubt your own heart, and keeping you trapped in fear. The mind, developed without a loving spiritual practice, can be a frightening weapon rather than a liberating sword. How will you choose your mind power? Your mind can become more spacious and luminous if you practice emptying it on a regular basis. The radiant mind can be a mighty warrior against fear and despair, encouraging you with thoughts of optimism. When not given a chance to empty, however, the mind becomes overwhelmed with unprocessed information. Much of it will be fear-based programming perpetuated, which is invested in controlling others and manipulating by fear. This initiation, which liberates and opens the mind, empowers advanced souls to free themselves from manipulation and control. A hallmark of dysfunctional society is that the mind is expected to dominate the inclinations of the heart rather than serve it. The mind can be trained to be a great manager, creator, and defender of what has genuine value to the heart. but the power to feel what has meaning for us, what moves us enough to rise above our fears and risk growth, comes from the heart, not the mind. When the mind is given the task to feel, and the heart is told to not feel, paralysis, confusion, and discomfort are experienced. As you enter into this initiation, you will feel the need to step back from what you have been taught and learn to question what you once held to be true. As you disengage from habitual mental patterns, you will begin to observe your thoughts rather than be swept up in them. Soon you will begin to experience yourself as the peaceful, steady light of love that you are in truth. Will the mind go through its motions? Yes. However, there is no need to be afraid. One step at a time, your spirit shall guide your mind back towards peace. You will change the way you relate to your mind, becoming more empowered. As you soften the strident action of the mind, you will see that you can use your mental gifts wisely rather than allowing them to cause you pain. Those who have strong mental energies can accomplish much in terms of communication, invention, and creativity, but they often also suffer from destructive self-talk and mental obsessions. They may even be addicted to thinking, which can wear them out and create cravings for sugar that can lead to depression and illness. Instead, it is much better to regularly take time out from the mind and be in the moment, feeling energized, playful, and at peace. Your mind is a powerful creature. Tame it with persistence, compassion, kindness, and strength. Give yourself rest and an opportunity to switch off and empty your mind as regularly as you can. There is no need to judge or despair. This is an advanced initiation and one that is brought to you only when you are ready. Consider it a sign of your spiritual progress. The world will benefit from you as you learn to handle your mental energies more constructively. This oracle is indeed an omen of greater peace and happiness being imminent in your future. Cat. The fact that that card came out with this read, your demons are in fact picking at your brain. And the advice I gave to sleep on it, to trust yourself when you're waking up and your brain hasn't had a chance to really turn on yet, and you could just feel, listen to your intuition. Listen to your intuition. Empty your mind. Empty. Allow the thoughts to just go blank or continue on ignored, so that you can sense the deeper feelings in the truth going on despite the thoughts. Trust your inner guidance system. Card number 11. Numbers and the messages. The universe is speaking to you through numbers. From 1111 on your phone to the repeating number patterns that catch your eye, information is being transmitted from the creative universal intelligence into your cellular awareness. You may feel energetic healing as you receive these transmissions of number frequencies. Numbers are energetic medicine. They are particular frequencies in a universal language of love that helps heal and guide you. There are no negative numbers. Healing vibrations of numbers are working for your soul now. Which numbers do you notice the most often at this time? The frequency of the 1 is about beginnings, taking the initiative, believing in yourself, and accepting a leadership role in which you step ahead of the curve, beyond the consciousness of those around you, to guide the human race forward in love. The frequency of the 2 brings healing around partnership and allows you to be helped by others, particularly in relationships. Whether business or personal, the 2 indicates more can be gained by working with another. The frequency of the 3 indicates a time to learn, write, teach, or develop new ideas, collaborate with others, and create win-win situations. It is also the number stamp of the Ascended Masters, particularly multiple 3s, affirming their connection with you. The frequency of the 4 brings angelic healing, divine order, and an influx of energy into the physical plane. It's a get things done energy, which can help you materialize desires. More than 1 4 in a row means the angels are speaking to you. Call upon their loving assistance to help you manifest your destiny. The frequency of the 5 announces change and acceleration. An issue is resolving. Transformation is happening through divine alchemy. If you see a 5, let go. Allow what is happening to happen. Trust in the goodness beyond all unfolding in your life. The frequency of the 6 is love, money, beauty, and abundance. Many people are afraid of the 6 vibration, especially multiple 6s, which some teach are a sign of evil. But there are no negative numbers. The 6 is a sign of material abundance and healing of prosperity, love, and romance. The frequency of the 7 indicates healing ability, channeling of spiritual wisdom, and the sage or teacher. It is a sign to accept what makes you unique and to balance your social life with restorative solitude. If you have asked about your life mission, the 7 indicates it is, at least in part, self-healing, and very likely the healing of others too. The frequency of the 8 asks you to step up into leadership that is not apart from others, but amongst them. Others may look to you as a role model or authority figure. Accept this with humility and remember to encourage others to find their own power. The frequency of the 9 is a highly spiritual energy indicating blessings, compassion, and an ending of a cycle. When it comes to resolution of unfinished business, is taking place so a new cycle can begin in due course. It also indicates the Christ consciousness and can be a message from any master that resonates with that energy, reminding you to trust your heart and ask for love to bless and assist you. The frequency of the 0 is a divine wild card. It amplifies the energy of the other numbers and places a divine stamp behind it. Any significant number accompanied by a 0 is a message direct from the universe. It is the divine saying, I'm sharing something true and special with you. Take note, for I am with you. Cap. If your mind is screaming so damn loud, if your demons are doing you so damn dirty that you can't feel your intuition guiding you clearly, pay attention to the numbers. Listen back to those meanings and take in your life path number. What is your life path number? What is your numerology? What numbers create your energy from your birthday? Look up the numerology of your name. Pay attention to the signs you see on the microwaves and license plates and houses and their address numbers as you drive by. What numbers are popping up more than any other number? Look them up. Google them. There's an awesome site called Joanne's Sacred Scribes, Angel Numbers. And it literally gives you thousands of meanings for all the different numbers you can see. You got a particular number like, I don't know, 1,342. It's there. You can look it up. Those numbers, you can look it up. It'll give you a meaning. And not just what the number means, but what it breaks down to, because 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 2 is 10. And 10 is 1 with a 0. You know what I mean? Pay attention to the signs and synchronicities around you. Let Google be your friend. If you can't trust your mind, trust the way the universe speaks to you. Signs and synchronicities are the universe's love language to us. Because the universe doesn't just speak intuition. That's its native language. It speaks signs and synchronicities to help us when our brains and our demons and our shadows and our wounds get so damn loud that we can't understand or hear that language. Trust. Trust your process. Trust in the loving vibration of the universe flowing through you and everything around you. And that no matter how loud your demons get, you will receive the message from the divine who loves you unconditionally. You will receive the message clearly. All right. Cap, if the message has helped you, if it's given you some insight and resonated with you for the month of November, drop a like or leave me a comment and let me know. Okay? I love you, Cap. Bye. Hey, Aqua. How you doing? So I thought I unpaused the record, but apparently I didn't. So I just shuffled your cards. We've got the distance on top and the getaway on the bottom. All right. With the getaway and the distance being on the top and bottom of your deck for November, aqua energy, aqua placements, the house of aqua rules for you. I feel that you are willing to go the distance, and or you have come such a long way that you're nearly there, right? We've got the Forge, clarified by the polygraph. The Cogs in the reverse, clarified by the keyhole. The Hourglass in the reverse, clarified by the Circus. The Dark Knight, clarified by the Lockpick. And the Fireplace, clarified by the Fish. So here's the thing. For some aquas, really, you're moving towards your pedestal. You might have had a serious addiction and didn't realize it. Okay, that may be coming to light, whether it's an addiction to a literal substance or habit. or an addiction to pain, right? An addiction to failure because of a fear of success, right? Whatever it is. You may, and like I said, this is for some aquas. If it doesn't resonate with you, that's fine. Pay attention to your other placements, because Pluto is moving through your sign. It's going to be there for a while. And Uranus, which was in trine in Gemini, is retrograding back into Taurus, which is going to be an off-sign trine, and it's going to weaken as Uranus continues retrograding through Taurus, right? That's all the way through April. Then it's got to, you know, go direct and make its way forward again. So this might be a little bit of a process, and it might be very dependent on your other placements, okay? I feel for some of you, you're trying to make the truth what you want it to be. Forging the polygraph, right? Forging the truth. You want the truth to be a certain thing, but it's not that thing. The truth is the truth. It is an absolute. Everybody has their own individual truth based off of their own perspectives, their own wounds, their healings, whatever they've gone through. But there really is only one capital T truth, and you cannot reforge it. The truth is the truth, no matter what you do. The cogs being in the reverse with the keyhole. You're looking at love. You're looking at healing and what it would be like to live healed on the other side of the door, right beyond the keyhole. And yet, you're not doing anything to actually get to the other side of the door. You're just staring through the keyhole. The cogs are not working. The wheels are not spinning. And time is standing still, which means you're stagnating. Okay? The hourglass being in the reverse with the circus. In the upright, the hourglass, the sand is almost spent. But the hourglass in the reverse, there is a whole lot of sand to go. And you are with the circus right now. This is the circus. The dark night. With the lockpick, you're trying to get out of it. You're trying to get out of the dark night. But the thing about trying is, it's a bullshit word. You're either doing it or you're not. Trying is not doing anything. You can't try to pick up a marker. You either pick it up or you don't. You're either taking actions to get you on the other side of that door, to where love is, to where healed is, or you are just staring at it doing nothing. This is some Yoda shit. Do or do not. There is no try. You are picking your brain, picking at your heart, trying to figure out how to get out of the dark night. You're looking through that keyhole and using a lockpick and not getting anywhere. You're trying, right? The lockpick is trying. No, you're either unlocking the door or you're not. Where's the key? Where is the key? That's inside your Chiron wound. Your Chiron wound. Healing that is the key, Aqua. The fireplace with the fish. The fireplace can keep you warm. It can also burn the evidence. The fish goes deep, down to the bottom to get the treasure. Goes all the way down to the bottom. Going to the bottom can keep you warm. Digging into that Chiron wound and finding the value and the lessons that it's brought you can keep you warm and get you on the other side of that door. Or you can burn the fish. You can burn what is down in your depths, burn the evidence of your healing, and pretend it was never there. Aqua. You are the sign of healing, the sign of vibration, the sign of high frequency and low frequency being. And right now, in November, you are stagnating grossly in this circus. You might have spent so much time dealing with this circus already, and yet you are still dealing with the circus. Whether the circus is a situation, a group of people, a single person, the circus inside your own dang mind. The circus going on inside your own heart. You have not elevated your frequency yet. You're trying, but it's almost like you're avoiding all of the things that you know you should be doing. You need to get moving. Either you need to get gone or someone else needs to get gone, but you have got to move on. You have to be willing to go the distance with your healing, with your journey. You cannot give yourself the amount of time, love, and attention you need if you are focusing on the circus. You don't need to live at the circus. You don't need to go there and watch the same monkeys and the same clowns put on their act every day. Because at that point, you might as well become a part of the circus. And it's not your circus, and it's not your monkeys. You can see through that keyhole, not because the divine is cruel or teasing you and tempting you with something you will never and can never obtain or have. The divine is showing you the other side of that keyhole because it wants you to do something about it. It wants you to do something about it. Instead of trying to convince the circus to not be a circus anymore, you either need to leave the circus and accept that the circus will always be the circus and you need to leave. Or if leaving the circus doesn't appeal to you, you need to let the circus move on. A circus is a traveling show. It's not permanent. You need to let the circus move on. Stop trying to convince the circus to stay. If the circus wants to go, let the circus go. Let it go. Think about what I'm saying. If something is meant for you, you don't have to convince it to stay. If something is meant for you and you leave because you don't want to be a part of it anymore, you have love and healed frequencies to focus on. If you leave it and it is meant for you, it will follow. It will leave the circus behind. And it will not be a clown anymore. Let's get you some guidance. Spirit, please. What is the guidance for Aqua? Reassurance of the golden light. Reassurance of the golden light. I think Taurus also had this, which is interesting because we were talking about Taurus and Uranus. And technically how Uranus is your planet, and it's re-entering Taurus. It's moving out of trine from Gemini, going back into Taurus. That's your planet. Pay attention to what the hell Uranus is doing. It's your ruler. Card number 36. It does feel like you're moving backwards in November. So let's say, it says, this golden light comes to you as a gift of grace and reassurance. It is an embrace from the universe, an expression of divine comfort, and a sign of hope. When the golden light appears, it is a sign that everything in your life, even the most troubling matters, is going to work out perfectly. They are held in the graceful hand of the divine and will be resolved more swiftly and beautifully than you might expect. The golden light is a very real phenomenon, although you may only perceive it when you are particularly relaxed and your clairvoyance is developed. However, whether you see it physically or not, it is real and powerful. If you could see it clairvoyantly, it would look similar to the golden rays of a setting sun. The same warm, loving glow is cast over your heart and mind when the golden light is shining upon you. If you are in a room when it comes upon you, will wonder if a light has been switched, as the glow is as noticeable as if a lamp had been placed in your room. Its warmth illuminating the space. In truth, grace and divine assistance are always there for the asking. But there are times when we are in need of extra support. During such times, ironically enough, we can forget to ask for help. Perhaps you are struggling with a particularly difficult time in an initiation, or a challenging choice lies before you. Or maybe you have taken a leap and just need to know if you are doing the right thing. And somehow, even though you don't feel in control of what is happening, that it will work out. When the golden light is given to you, it is freely done so, as a gift from the heart of the universe. It is letting you know that you are a child of the universe and you are dearly loved. It is reminding you that on the path, the struggle to continue with trust, patience, faith, and courage can seem almost overwhelming. However, the universe is with you, supporting, loving, and believing in you every step of the way. You are not alone. You are never forgotten. You are always loved and encouraged to take your journey. You are reminded that the universe is smiling upon you. There are times when you will call upon the golden light because you know that you are in need of that loving consciousness, and it is appropriate that you do this. There are times, however, when you will just feel, sense, see, or know that the golden light is being given to you as a spiritual gift from the universe. Such is the case now, as you have been drawn to this oracle. You are being asked to just feel peace, trust, know that everything is working out perfectly, and you don't have to worry, even though you don't know why you should possibly feel that way. The golden light is wisdom and love. It knows. And sometimes that's all you need to know in order to be at peace. Aqua. Trust that when you are in alignment, everything works out. It's when you are not in alignment and you're trying and trying and trying into oblivion that nothing seems to work out. Maybe. Just maybe. Tune in. Tune in to that deeper frequency within the self, that call to elevate. Call in your higher self. Call in the one. Call in your guides and guardians. Say, I need help. I need help. Whatever I'm dealing with, whoever I'm dealing with is too much for my trying right now. And I need help. Because I don't know what to do in the highest good of myself and everyone. And I'm asking you for guidance. Call in the higher frequencies. Let this be your reminder to do that it is appropriate to call them in. That you are not without help. That you are not without a divine ear to hear you. Or a divine hand to help you. All right, Aqua. Your life, your time here is spent however you choose to spend it. Do not feel bad or guilty or horrible or unworthy or undeserving or anxious or afraid. If you give it to the divine and put it in the divine's hands, it will start to guide you and nudge you intuitively with signs and synchronicities to help you get back on the highest path. If you ask, you will receive the answers. You just got to do it. And stop trying to do it. Just do it. Do what you know needs to be done. And everything will work out exactly as it's meant to. Please trust. Okay? Aquarius, if the message has helped you, if it's given you some insight, given you something to think upon, reflect in, if it has served you in some way, drop a like or leave me a comment and let me know. All right? And keep me posted because I'm cheering for you. I love you, Aqua. Bye. Hey, Pisces. How you doing? Let's see what's going on in your energy for November. Spirit, please. What is going on with Pisces? Pisces energy, Pisces placements, and the house that Pisces rules for you. What is going on with the fishes for November? Saturn's going direct in your sign. Neptune's still retrograding in there. We got trines from Jupiter taking place. We got a lot popping off in Scorpio. Mercury's going to retrograde. Oof. As I say that, right? clarities, please. You might be going real deep, Pisces, for November. Someone else had the demon clarifying the crown. What sign was that? Well, if you watch all of your signs, right? If you watch all the signs in regard to the house that they rule, you'll know exactly what that is. Okay. Top of the deck, we have the circus. Bottom is the bottle. Okay. With the circus and the bottle, Pisces, you might be dealing with some serious monkey-minded, clown-ass people. The bottle, intuitively, you are receiving a message. It's right there at the surface. You're receiving an intuitive message. And either you are going to follow through with that guidance, right? That intuitive guidance from the divine within you and elevate. Or your shadows are gonna get you and drag that message right back down like it was never there. I feel. That your intuition is working overtime. The cogs with the 4-leaf clover. The wheels inside your head are working overtime to get you that lucky break. To bring in that lucky charm. But your demons are wearing the crown. Your demons are wearing the crown. They're blocking that message from coming through. I feel your demons wearing the crown and the demon being outside of yourself, inside the broken mind card, right? There's 2 versions of this card. This version is the blind empath, where the manifestations of our demons are right in front of us and you're angelifying them, treating them like an angel. Like, yeah, you know they're damaged, but you're treating them like an angel and you're ignoring the red flags because you see their potential. And that, clarified by the infinite and eternal love card, Pisces. Blind empathy. The bleeding empath. It is a beautiful energy to hold empathy and see people's potential and do everything in your power to try and help them out of it. But that means you're not loving yourself. You are pouring all of the love one direction, and it's into them. You have given power to your own shadows that don't feel lovable, who are not used to being loved, and thinking that that's the way it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to be loved. You're not lovable. And you're not supposed to be loved. but everybody else deserves love, just not you. Think about how crazy that sounds. Everybody needs love. Especially the people who think they don't need it. I'm talking to you. Of course you need love. Of course you do. Love brings peace. Love brings stability. Love brings a fucking break from carrying all the weight on your shoulders, your baggage and everybody else's. The baggage with the cauldron can brew the curse. It can also brew the antidote. It can brew the healing potion. All of the baggage you've been carrying is your healing potion and your curse. And at some point, you got to figure out if it's going to be your healing, truly, or if it is going to be your curse. Is all the baggage, all of the weight that you've been carrying for yourself and others going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, so to speak, that you flip into your healing and drop that fucking bag? Or is it going to be your curse and you're going to keep carrying that baggage and keep carrying all that weight until you drop? You have built a foundation of addiction. You have built a foundation based in addiction. Whether it is an addiction to substances or an addiction to pleasure, like sex, or if it's an addiction to money and power and being in control, an addiction to stress, an addiction to escaping your healing. It's easier to stay wounded and just give all of my power away to the physical manifestations of my demons in other people. You could be addicted to failing, addicted to being the victim, addicted to feeling sorry for yourself, addicted to feeling purposeless, and so you create purpose in other people. Addiction is the foundation of whatever it is in your life that you are living. The people you have in your life are the product of addiction, your addiction. The circumstances, the job, the location that you live in, any or all of the above. It is a product. Your life, your reality is a product of your addictions. Pisces is known as the sign of escapism and delusion in its shadow. In the light, it is a connection to God. It is a connection to faith. It is a connection to the soul, the one. Two really intense extremes. And they do swim in different directions. One goes up and one goes down. You are dealing with a circus. The circus, in its energy, is beneath your highest self. It is beneath you. You are not meant to go through life traveling with the circus. Either you have to go home to yourself, or you have to let the circus move on. Whether that circus is one person, a group of people, a place, a job. more than one of those, you have to let go of the circus. It's not that great. It's not worth going to 1,000 times. A trip to the circus might be entertaining for a day. Do you really want to go to the circus every day for the rest of your life? With the monkeys and the clowns? People who will jump through hoops for others, but not for you? What are you doing? Come on, Pisces. What is it that you are addicted to? I just heard feeling ashamed of yourself. What are you ashamed of yourself for? Who made you believe, convinced you, traumatized you into believing that you should be ashamed of yourself? Who traumatized you into thinking you should be ashamed of yourself? Who said that to you growing up? You should be ashamed of yourself. Who said that? Maybe they should have been ashamed of themselves for talking to you that way. Who the hell are they to talk to you that way? Like, people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Especially if they were old enough to know better and you weren't, and you were still learning. And you didn't know because they never taught you. Because no one did up until that point. Maybe you were just being authentically yourself and you were sent to them as a challenge that they did not rise to and failed. You don't need to be ashamed of yourself. Your light's beautiful. Your shadow fucking sucks. And you've put the crown on that shadow's head. You gave it control. Gave your shadows, your demons, your wounds, your trauma complete control. You gotta find your light, Pisces. Let's get your guidance for November to help you through this. Orbs of light. Card number 40. It says, the spiritual worlds are delivering a message to you. You may have already heard it through telepathic reception and mistaken it for your own thought. Yet it is inspired by your higher guidance, those spiritual beings that love you without condition. It is an answer to a question and guidance to increase your happiness. That's what this is. The bottle, that's the message your intuition has been receiving that's right on the surface. It says the spiritual worlds are delivering a message to you. You may have already heard it through telepathic reception and mistaken it for your own thought. Yet it is inspired by your higher guidance, those spiritual beings that love you without condition. It is an answer to a question and guidance to increase your happiness. It is 4:46:46 on my timer right now. Given this video will be cut up and edited, and it won't be that by the time you get it. That's the number I'm looking at right now, 44646. We were talking about numbers in a couple of these different reads. 4 and 6, that's some powerful numbers right there. It is possible to pray without realizing it. The universe is lovingly listening to every thought and feeling in your heart and mind. When you intentionally speak to the universe and ask your higher guidance to help you with an issue, this is a powerful way to call the light into your life. It works, often quite rapidly. However, sometimes we ask for help without even being aware of doing so. Worrying about an issue or pondering a question are ways that this happens. There are orbs of light around you. They are spiritual beings that love you. These orbs contain information and energies that help answer questions and worries through the intelligence and love of the higher spiritual worlds. That information might come through a song, a phrase, a feeling, or a color or symbol that unlocks awareness in the deeper recesses of your mind and body. Orbs are always around us, but appear in more concentrated form, both in quantity and quality, in certain places and at certain times, including when your energy is in a particularly soft and receptive high-frequency state. Orbs naturally gravitate towards high energy. This doesn't mean you have to be on the go constantly. Higher energy can be created when you are very still, by raising your frequency to a higher vibrational state. And you can do this regularly by meditating on love and healing. You can place yourself in a state that is most attractive to orbs of light by relaxing and opening your heart to feeling good. You are also most likely to perceive them around you in this state, which can be a fun and beautiful experience. Orbs are often only seen in photographs where they appear as a soft ball of light. They are enhanced and magnified patterns, symbols, and faces can sometimes even be seen within them. This is part of the loving genius of the spiritual world, the way that light can reach the earth and form, helping to raise frequency from fear to love. Being in nature and doing some invocations to unconditional love creates an energy that is very attractive. So is group work based in love, such as meditating together to clear a sacred space in nature and then dancing and praying in that space with joyful devotion to love. This attracts high-level guidance because a group can be a container powerful enough to generate and hold the higher frequencies. This can also happen for individuals, but group energy can be a powerful and effective way to attract a great downpour of spiritual grace. Clearing the energy of your home and calling in your higher guidance to bless you and your home each day will also create a space in which these orbs of light can more easily visit you, bringing their uplifting energy and healing light. To access the information of these orbs of light, be open to seeing them more clearly, whether directly with your own energetic vision through clairvoyance or through photographs or other means that you can use. Open your heart, Pisces, to loving the presence of the higher spiritual worlds. You know, reading that guidance and knowing that, we were talking earlier in the reading about people who said you should be ashamed of yourself If those people have since passed away and they realize now in hindsight, which if they did pass away, they would know how they messed up in saying that to you. They are one of the orbs around you. They are one of the ones guiding you. Because they learned from their mistakes being on the other side. They see it different now. They see themselves different now. They see you different now. They see the consequences of what their wounds did to you. What those wounds caused and are continuing to cause you. They're guiding you with their presence. Because they owe you better. They owe you better than what they gave, and they're working as hard as they can to be present for you. Especially if you admired them or idolized them, or if they were one of your parents. They told you should be ashamed of yourself, and they were wrong. And they were wrong. Take all that baggage you've got, all that weight you've been carrying, and put it in the cauldron. Cook it down and render it down and mix it with some good shit so that it becomes the antidote. This foundation that you've built based on addiction, literally or metaphorically. It is time to remember that things can and will work in your favor. Especially when you let the circus go. Especially when you listen to your intuition and the messages that you're receiving. All right, Pisces? You hear me? I love you. And if this message has helped you in some way, if it resonated in the month of November, you appreciate it, drop a like and leave me a comment and let me know. Okay? I love you guys. Bye.